Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want you to see me today. I don't know what's going on here, guys. We still got 4 minutes till we start up with this great... Oh, there we go. Funny how things work once you start getting them to kick things up a little bit here. Good to now you can see me a little better, and you can see a little too much. There we go. That's zoomed in. We'll apply that. Good to there. Okay, we're good there. Okay, we're good there. Yeah, because I hit it about 12 times. All right, there we go. We finally got this figured out. Hey, everybody. Good to see you here all today. Yeah, AEW, of course, they got to have 14 matches. At least that's what's supposed to be. That's what has been advertised so far. 0 Hour is available on YouTube as well as the Fight app if you're here in Canada. I'm going to be watching it off the Fight TV app, so if you guys are interested, we will cross-reference at that point. Before we begin, I got to give a couple, I want to give one more.
One more for the good guys.
Thank you, Uncle Harper, for the follow. Didn't get a chance to say anything while I was getting ready here to go. Yeah, I would have to say, when it comes to Full Gear, tonight's show might be the most straightforward pay-per-view that there's a potential of seeing here, period. Like, at least of this year, at least of the AEW regime here. Because, well, if you look at it, like the only match, well, you're looking at this right now during 0 Hour here. We got Brian Cage and Ricky Starks in the Eliminator Tournament semifinal, where if you haven't heard, the final got moved to Wednesday on Dynamite. The winner of this match is going to face Ethan Page. So I'm assuming it's going to be Ricky Starks because I don't think Cage and Page will be too much of a go together on that one. So to me, it's pretty obvious they're going to get Starks. Starks is probably going to win the whole thing. I think it's actually really smart to leave it in this position here where the next contender isn't going to be fully determined until after the championship match has actually happened. Because if you look at it, quite often these eliminators can sort of give away who's going to be winning the main event. Because if it's a heel winning in the main event, you typically don't want to have a heel versus heel matchup going forward for your championship. So it would make a lot of sense if they were going to put somebody like Ricky Starks in it with it. Even still, you might not even do face-face there just for the fact that Ricky Starks is basically a god down in Texas. So that should be I don't know. For me, we'll see it. We'll play it out, but at the same time. But then also you got Orange Cassidy, the Best Friends, a very evil, very mysterious partner, and Rocky Romero versus the Factory. It all depends on who Danhausen's going to bring in for his mystery partner, I would think. But I think the Best Friends are probably going to end up going over. Eddie Kingston and Jun Akiyama. That one's going to be a banger of a match. Just a hard-hitting match. And that's only the pre-show, guys. That's 0 Hour, which is just about to come up right now. So yeah, if you are if you're looking for this, please feel free to check it out on not only YouTube but also on the Fight TV app. I don't have a code on here that I'm plugging or anything. I really should start doing that kind of stuff, but I'm not. We are just seconds away here from starting, but so if we're gonna get in here, it's in for a penny, in for a pound, right? So. Okay, feed, let's go. Yes, I want to play because it's right now. So we're getting the ROH commercial first off here. I wonder how many commercials we're going to get during this show. I do love this commercial for Final Battle. And just for the record, I will not be doing a watch along for Final Battle because, well, frankly, work is a pain in the ass. I am really enjoying the fact that they have Shivani, Taz, and Excalibur as the trio. They actually got 0 Hour on YouTube for once. I'm very happy. Taz looks so damn disorganized, just the way that he talked right there. So yeah, they're basically going to go through the rundown of the card right now. And for everybody in the chat, who's in the cage match? It is Luchasaurus and Jack Perry. So Jungle Boy and Luchasaurus. Basically, the story is Christian Cage has been getting involved a little bit too much, and so Jack decided he wanted to. It was a rather confusing promo, but it still works. It was set up as, okay, I'm gonna set the stipulation now, so I could put myself behind the 8 ball before anybody else could do something for me in that case. By the way, good to see you here, Jaeger. I hope everything's going well for you, my friend. In terms of stipulation matches, I think that's the only one we're getting here tonight, which usually you'll end up with a second stipulation match, which might carry things a little bit further here, but I would assume that they're well, it is AEW. They can pop them in and out rather easily when it comes to that cage, so they really could do that any time of the show. So just as a heads up, everybody, we normally do predictions throughout the entire thing for channel points. We'll do those for the main show. Right now, these are pretty sure. I'm doing pretty good, Crowder. I just got home from work, so okay, no DQ, no count out with the Goth team against Jarrett, or against the Flair Killers. So there is 2 stipulation matches tonight. My bad. I will be having I'm trying to be not as scrambly as most people would be these days, but it took me a good day to recover from that 12-hour stream. Not so much the intensity of being a part of it, just it was more all right, who's the very evil, very mysterious partner? That's the question I got right now. I would assume it'd be Danhausen, but apparently Danhausen can't go. Maybe they'll get Captain Insano here as part of the actually, that would make a lot of sense. Actually, have Captain Insano as the fifth man in this matchup, just to get that pop, right? Wow, Justin Roberts in a black and red suit. It's a statement. I'll give him that. Does AEW do escaping from the cage wins? No, they do pinfall or submission only. That's a tradition going back to Cody Rhodes. Cody always wanted to use the cage for the reason that they originally mentioned about it. Back in the AWA days, the NWA days, the cage was meant just to keep everybody out. Let's bring out Captain Insano right now. Come on, you can do it. I love how the title gets covered up every time. So we're going to get Danhausen's introduction, and then you'll get the introduction of the special man. In the chat, do you guys have any predictions on who it could be? This is the pre-show, so you are looking for like a generic pop, right? Oh, and if you didn't hear in news, Keshke, hey, Zodiac, good to see you here, my friend. Life is good. Takashita got signed by AEW following yesterday's Rampage match. Good thing New Jersey didn't get that snowstorm. I agree. All right, well, we're going 5-on-4 to start. Watch it be somebody like Cole Cabana or something just come out. It's going to be interesting to see that the Bills ended up getting moved to Detroit for their game tomorrow. It's actually pretty smart on their part because literally all the gear that they have, they can leave in Detroit. Not that leaving anything in Detroit would be a very smart thing, but, you know. Sorry, first rim shot of the day. Because they ended up playing the Lions on the early game on Thursday. I am looking forward to Yanks giving quite a bit here. Yeah, it makes me really wonder who their last man's going to be. Is it just going to be Danhausen coming out? Because I don't see Hook being out. Maybe Danhausen's under the ring. Apparently this was announced as a very mysterious, very evil partner that wasn't going to be Danhausen because he couldn't be a part of it or something. I don't know. The Roppongi Buddy Sci-Fi, huh? Hookhausen? Handhausen? Hookhausen? There we go. You know, it very well could be Hook. I just don't see... It very well could be, and then, you know, QT's going to be crapping his pants for the most part there. But once again, thank you to everybody for popping in here tonight. I hope everybody's having an okay time. I will say the hardest thing about today was trying to get this pay-per-view book because I normally use it through my Roku TV. It charged me twice, but it didn't give me the pay-per-view. I ended up having to get it a third time off my phone. So, at a higher price. Maybe that's what happened here. I got to... Basically, once I'm done later this week, I got to go through everything and get my money back. Good old Cassidy. Better get a refund. Yeah, well, that's that's essentially $50 I should be getting back. I'm basically paying double for this show. I can't see, like, Here's the thing about these matches. I can't see them going overly long just because, well, you got 50 minutes for... We essentially have 50 minutes for 3 more matches here. If they're telling us there's going to be 4 matches here on the pre-show, which they've only advertised 3 right now, so I'd assume the main event of 0 Hour is going to be Brian Cage and Ricky Starks for that spot to take on Ethan Page next Wednesday. And once again, if you guys are coming in late and haven't heard the news, they have moved the Eliminator Final from the pay-per-view onto Dynamite next Wednesday due to the injury to Ricky Starks last week. Ricky Starks ended up facing Lance Archer yesterday, getting the victory. Now he's got to take on Brian Cage tonight, and which I'm assuming, like I said, is going to be the main event of 0 Hour. And then the winner of that's going to face Ethan Page next Wednesday on Dynamite for a shot at the eventual AEW champion December 14th at Winter is Coming. Sorry, frog in my throat. That sounded great. Forgot to hit the mute button there. Sorry about that, guys. Is this arena darker than usual for an AEW show? Typically what they do, especially during like Rampage and whatnot, is the higher areas you keep dark just so it looks a little more full, right? We'll see what happens during the main card. They actually could be doing something intentional by doing that as well, because Camarado's going to fall for this. And this crowd is going wild for the shin kicks. All right, I see you. Orange Cassidy, like, I know we were talking about this earlier. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. Orange Cassidy, a year ago, we were actually talking about, I think we were actually talking about on stream, how Orange was going to be that superficial character that was probably just going to be a manager for the rest of his career. Wow, that's in focus. Ha! Taz used it. I love it. I love it, Taz. Elbow or punch, whichever way you want to call it. They still haven't introduced a new character yet, so I'm assuming it's going to be once Cassidy needs a home spot and he doesn't have anybody in the corner, right? Maybe it'll be Posey. Referee Posey. Yeah. Trying to go for the diamond cutter ain't gonna work. Oh, and here comes that point where everybody starts hitting their finishers. Nice little half and half there. Nice. I do love the fact that when these guys are getting in their stuff here like this, like where they're getting their signature moves, they don't automatically just go into their signature move. There's like a little bit of interference in the middle. Okay, Carter. Or two stacks, or whatever you want to get called these days. Oh, that was something. Got to remember, this is a bunch of... like, you know that Carter's had some time in NXT. But at the same time... NXT was still developmental in many cases there, so... yeah, that dive was not good. It was more standing there and finishing. And there goes QT with the Diamond Cutter. And yeah, things are not going to go all perfect, but at the same time... what are you doing, QT? Doing the Danhausen curse thing. All right, so here comes Danhausen. I like the new the Tron forum. So is this the Dana? Okay. Oh, this is the serious Danhausen. Okay, I get it. Jesus. Where, okay. I'm not an ROH aficionado, but holy frick. I did not expect this out of Danhausen. Like, he's usually just a happy-go-lucky guy, but... so what are you going to do with a jar of teeth? Oh, he's feeding him the teeth. At least make it candy corn. Nice pump kick and a stare right into the camera for the pin. All right. All right, Danhausen gets the win. Good to see that. Oh. Oh, QT. Uh-oh, there's the railway spike. Wow, really? I hope he's bleeding. You get spike in the eye. Yeah. I'm with Trent here. You better be staring out at that spike. It's like, you're not going to use that on me, are you? All right, so they're announcing that he's actually on the roster. Maybe we'll see who the first feud's going to be here. It's actually a pretty big coup for AEW. I think it's under the category of, well, duh, this is going to happen. But at the same time, it is good to see that Keshka is getting the position that he deserves right now. Oh, goody. Ethan Page on commentary. This should be golden. So, here's another question for you guys. The trailer for Fight Forever is supposed to be premiered on the pay-per-view, but it was leaked earlier today by PlayStation. Or at least a version of it. Have you guys had an opportunity to see the video yet? I know I put it up in the Discords everywhere I could and whatnot, so... I like the Danhausen stuff, like a Three Faces of Foley type thing. Yeah, it's nice to see that he's getting a character. Like, honestly, when it comes to Danhausen, that's what he needs. He needs to be more than the guy that just stands there and curses everybody, right? I have to say, I am happy that they're trying to rebuild Cage a little bit here in more of the ROH fashion here. I know that he's probably going to be more of a main character down there versus up here on the AEW roster, based on the fact that it's he is a member of the Embassy, but. Wow, Stark's got a pretty decent pop there. Man, that's a lot of tanner there. I don't know if that's self-tan or not, but man, is Ricky Dark down. You can tell that he's a lot darker on the legs than he is on the arms, right? So now we got a hockey fight. Now he needs the hockey jersey. I was going to say, where's the Devil's outfit this time now? Sorry, just quickly checking some of the notes that came up on the phone. Also, there's 6 countries where you can actually get it on YouTube pay-per-view. I haven't tried the YouTube pay-per-view thing yet, so I've always tried it on Fight here, so that was awkwardly slow. Fight Forever looks amazing. Looks like they removed Punk from everything. I didn't look at the cover that deep yet, but yeah, I would assume that they would have. Even in that last press conference here, promoting the show here, Tony Khan was not too... It's more about what Tony Khan didn't say than what he did. When asked about CM Punk, Tony Khan's response was, he is a tremendous asset to us inside the ring. Other than that, I will not comment. Well, the lack of words from that, based on everything that happened at All Out, speaks volumes. So, And I'm glad that he's dealing with it a lot better than what he did earlier this spring. With a lot of the stuff that he was saying about women's wrestling and how certain women's wrestlers weren't good enough. Just plain old good enough. That's why you aren't here anymore. Yeah, if I was Ethan Page, I'd definitely want Ricky Starks to win this. For the fact it's a lot easier to pick apart Starks than it is to pick apart Cage. But the biggest thing for me, like we're getting back to Fight Forever here, the biggest thing I heard there that I'm really appreciating is the fact that they have a create a wrestler mode. Because I know a lot of people were asking for that, and nobody would give a definitive answer about a creation suite for Fight Forever. Wouldn't it be cool, you know, for all the times that we talk about how every time we hear issues with people taking the WWE 2K games and putting in AEW wrestlers, having an AEW game and having them put in WWE wrestlers. And I gotta admit, it's all going to come down to the play style. It's all going to come down to the is it fun to play? Is it easy to play? Is it going to be easy enough that casuals could play it? And is it going to be challenging enough that people that have played the No Mercies and a lot of the other video games, that they're going to be able to keep things in line here, right? And be able to have a challenge for themselves? Now, they did mention that it was going to be on... A report from Fightful Select said that it was going to be on Game Pass, which AEW has completely shut down. Which means there's just a 50% chance that it might happen. So here's a dumb question. Has Sting been involved in a match on pay-per-view that wasn't no DQ, no count-out? I don't think so. Whether it be a cinematic match or just a match where you can play things up like that and do some stuff that's quite illegal in most circumstances. I love that tilt-a-whirl backbreaker if you can pull it off. Oh, wow, okay. That was a nice catch up there, right over the top. Hard shot to the back of the neck. Trying to go for that drill claw. Cage is just such a good post, and Starks knows how to sell. The art of selling has been something that has been plaguing a lot of people these days. You're going to try and get the Rochambeau on Cage? Yeah, it seems like no DQ is a way for him to always use the bat. I don't know if he'll necessarily use the bat, but just... it allows him not to get... you can actually take less bumps when you're actually getting hit with weapons like that, right? Because you can go down your knees. Nice spear. That's how he ended up beating Archer yesterday, apparently, with that spear. I love that Buddy in the front row. Like, everybody else knows it's 2, and he's out there. No, that's 3. Oh, look out. Oh. A no effort power bomb into a buckle bomb. And a Jesus. And he slapped him upside the head? Prince is going to be naked by the end of the show here. At the end of this match at this point. Was it an elbow? Was it a senton? Whatever it was a flying flat on your ass. That's a counter. Oh, wow. That's impressive. That was fairly impressive. You got to give Starks credit. So Starks and Page should be a good match. Depends how much he has to play up this injury here. Like if Starks can go straight up with Page, that should be a very fun match, to say the least. And the fact that they're putting 2 new guys in that title picture, right? Because let's face it, the winner of this is going to be a first-timer going after the title, right? Even MJF is not a first-timer when it comes to going for the championship. Oh, here you go. Here's the video game. Let's see if it's any different than the other ones. I do love that the graphics are a little less sharp than what you see in a lot of games. A career mode, a create a wrestler mode. Okay. So it's coming to everything. PS5, PS4, Xbox One, Xbox S and X, Switch, and PC. I'm glad that they got some different gear for Saraya, though, like a different picture like that. Not getting the Switch version. I'm going to give you a warp coin for that. When it comes to the Switch version, I think I'll be doing a lot of this. Let's just get a pipe and get out of there, because myself, I'm probably going to end up getting it on the Xbox X. Just because that's my main system right now. I know my goals for 2023 are to get a PS5 so I can expand the amount of streaming I could do in terms of what games I could do. PC is also a new PC is also in the works too. So, but it's I don't know. This game looks like it should run well on the Switch. There doesn't seem to be anything that's pushing the game. I agree with you about the having to be able to work like that. Here's the only issue I have, and this is... I know you're coming from an MLB The Show background, so I know that you've had the most positive part of it, but the online play. To me, that's going to be one of the biggest issues. If we get online play, trying to play online with a Switch, to me, that's just not going to be a good combination here. So, Eddie Kingston and Jun Nakamura. Ugh. I am sorry. I really have to work on those names. I think the idea of how much this means to him is coming out right now. It's actually really cool, the fact that that guy's really happy about it, but I really like to see that the intermingling of promotions is still working and it's still happening. And it's going to be interesting to see how things go forward here. Because I would like to see a lot of the AEW athletes maybe get an opportunity out in Japan too. Not just have it the other way around, right? And Eddie just... he looks so... Eddie looks ready to go, yet not ready to go, kind of thing. I don't know if you guys get that portrayal here. Like, you know, when you get to accomplish your dreams, it looks like that's where Eddie is right now. Like, this is, well, they got 20 minutes, so I'm assuming they're probably going to go about 15 on this one. It's funny. I would almost say that in many ways, I'd actually prefer to get on here to, during the pre-show. Because it looks like you're getting a little bit more time to breathe than you might during the pay-per-view, right? You got... nice to see how we're getting the nice split crowd here, sort of. Because those guys in the back rows, they definitely hear, you can hear the Akiyama chants. So if you guys weren't around on Wednesday during the 12-hour stream, I did give a little bit of a prediction for the main show. I know it was a bit out of left field here, and I don't know if anybody's expecting this. But I predicted that Mercedes Money would show up here, or Monet would show up here. If you don't know who that is the former Sasha Banks. I think she would get here. If she was going to show up, she'd be a perfect person to get herself involved in the Britt Baker-Saraya match. I love how Akiyama's just like, really? You really tried to do that? So I think for Revolution, if they still got available, I might try that YouTube pay-per-view. We'll have to see how that works. So you knew that there was going to be nothing but hard hitting in this matchup here, but boot in the corner. Yeah, this definitely has that that slower paced match to it, like somewhat of a Dynamite kind of feel to it, where you get a little bit of the action to the outside. Nothing overly pressed, nothing overly crazy. Granted, the fact that you got a guy like Jun Akiyama in there with his history. Yeah, it like we were like I was saying about Sting, that no DQ, no count out rule. You do something like that sit down DDT, you're literally finished standing up, so you're not actually putting any extra wear and tear on your body, right? So like I'd assume that Eddie's going to win this one, but we will see here coming up. Uh-oh. That good old-fashioned curb stomp. That'll take the starch out of anybody. I think I might have to go re-clean my glasses here for a split second here right after this matchup here. Nice short pile driver. So, while we got a few seconds here, what is your most anticipated match tonight out of all of them coming up here? I honestly have to think that Baker Saraya may be it for me. Hayter and Toni Storm will be an absolute slam dunk of a great match. You're looking at the trio, Zodiac? I definitely could put a case for that as well. The fact that Kenny Omega has gotten an extra, well, essentially an extra 2 months to heal, thanks to his little run-in with CM Punk there. And it's pretty amazing that Kenny was in there just trying to save Larry the dog. That was his main role in this whole thing. Well, biting will do it. The only reason I'm not looking forward to something like, well, I'm a bit of a hypocrite when I say that I'm not looking forward to that and looking forward to the Saraya Britt Baker match. Usually in debuts, you're not going to miss out too much on you're not going to lose. That's what I was going to say. Any match with Ray Phoenix is a match I look forward to. Absolutely. Now these guys are just straight out trading out here. And the other thing is, starting off tonight, I wonder where they're going to go with it. Like, it almost might make sense to go with the cage match first, even though they usually don't do that here. There's a receipt for an explore. Oh. And of course, there's Remsburg. You notice the referees have a new patch for tonight? They actually have one specific for Full Gear here. Yeah, Eddie's got his bell rung quite a bit here, I think. But if Kingston doesn't win this, I don't, like, they say he's 5-2, but I think those 5 wins have actually been on dark for the most part. Trying to go for explode. Oh. Very nice sell by Akiyama there on that. Well, I like these Forbidden Door matches. Unless the outside company gets some W's, then they kind of feel like filler. Well, realistically, this is the pre-show for a pay-per-view, so big filler might actually be somewhat of a apropos for it. Another exploder? What? Running knee, Jesus. I love how Kingston there didn't kick out. He literally just rolled his shoulder. Just proves that the cover wasn't good enough for that. Right upside the chin. So was he trying to go in and out on a pump handle? Okay. A Northern Lights bomb there? Okay, I could... It's nice to see something a little different like that Northern Lights bomb there. Nope. There it is. They let Kingston win his dream match. That's cool. He's not going to get Kabashi, so this is going to be about as close as he can get, right? I'll be honest, after tonight, like, we could probably go into predictions all we want, but We can, I can almost say that both Kingston and Moxley might take an extended vacation after tonight. Like, let's face it here. We're at a point now, right now, that we're looking at a situation here where Kingston's done his dream match. He's done everything that he wanted to do. He hasn't won the world title yet. That's the only thing that's missing right now. But this is like, once you accomplish your dream, it takes a while for you to refocus and come back to come back to your, like, it's almost like when you win the lottery. Once you win the lottery, it's hard to go back to any kind of digging situation. You always try to want to improve yourself, granted, but at the same time, there's a level of complacency you get once you achieve your dreams. Gotta admit, this is your nice heartfelt moment that you want to see. And essentially, Kingston's home. Like, this is about as close as you're going to get to home that we're going to see, right? Because unless they go into New York itself, this is about as close as you're going to get. You know, watching all this, it just almost makes you feel like you're at a point here where you're just like, this might be it. Yeah, like I said, this might be a point where he turns around and says he's done. Okay, Eddie. Wow. He's selling it better than Excalibur would. Director's like, nope, we're done. You're done. Get out of here. Let's go. That was hilarious. He's trying to pump up the show and up. Nope, I'm cut. Let's go. You got to give it up to Eddie Kingston. You know, he's a character. No better way to say it than he's a character right now. So yeah, they're going to be bringing up all the matches now and just getting ready to order the show. So, yeah. What do you guys think we're going to start out with here? Based on the fact that they ended it 5 minutes before everything's done, I'm going to go with the hunch that they're probably going to start with the steel cage match just because they have to set up the steel cage. And actually, based on the entire card of what's going to be going on here with the matches, I think this might not be the worst thing in the world to start with a steel cage match. The only other match you might, like as traditional, you want to go with a quick match, which probably will be, in a way, it might actually be the Sting and Jeff Jarrett match. But one thing you got to give Tony credit on, as much as we crap on him for the use of the women's roster here, he's got 3 matches on the pay-per-view for women. And I would have to say 2 decently built stories. Mike dressed like a panda. I need to make sure I voted correctly. It's a 2-part vote, Zodiac, by the way. I will take a look at that right now to see where the vote's at. By the way, if you wonder what he's talking about, folks, and I actually haven't announced anything official yet, we are... If you guys weren't here on Wednesday, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, it's available on... I got one other. So right now, 19 votes are in. Panda's leading 53% to 42%. Okay. So I was here on Wednesday for 12 hours fundraising for jack.org, which the link is down below. !Jack if you want to help out with donations and whatnot. So we got to $1,000. Which here we go. We're starting with the cage first. I promised if I got to $1,000, we would do a Just Dance stream. So I will be doing a stream. I'm pretty sure it's going to be January 1st with Just Dance 2020. Fat men are going to dance. You guys are going to get to see it. However, there's a thing called stretch goals. I'm actually working on a stretch goal of $1,500. That's where the suit's going to come in. If you guys can get it up to $1,500, I will add the suit into the equation here. So just throwing that out there. Hey, McG, good to see you here. You can see Jade and Nyla starting first. I don't know if they want to put Jade in that position right now. I know she's been good on Rampage. But overall, I don't expect that. Well, for me, Jade and Nyla Rose is going to be a lot like Big Show versus Kane. May not be a bad match, but it's going to definitely be an awkward one. And then, yeah, McG, Eddie Kingston, yeah, they've already shown on the pre-show here that they're starting with the cage. And I'm not saying that just because Christian Cage is on my screen right now, the little CLB, as we all affectionately love to know him as. All right, I got to change over to the main feed, so... Oh, it's already up. Cool. And how can you not love Eddie? Absolutely. Like, for everything that Eddie... Like, the passion that Eddie has... The biggest thing I have when it comes to Eddie Kingston, like, you can never go wrong when you're dealing with your dream match kind of thing, right? But at the same time... Eddie sometimes has a problem with controlling his passion a little bit too much, or not enough for that matter, and it ends up causing him trouble. Like with this Sammy Guevara crap that got him sent home for a week or whatever it was. Don't get me wrong, Sammy's not exactly the all-star candidate here. How did I link my Twitch to my Twitter? Oh, where it says that I'm live right now. There is a... actually, if you... Yeah, I was going to say that Sammy is more of a problem than anybody else here, but I want to see if the program is available there at all on my profile. No, there's a program. It's called Pulse Banner, Zodiac. All one word, pulsebanner.com. I believe I pay $7 a month. And whenever I go live on Twitch, it will automatically change my banner to say that. So if I'm on Twitch, they'll automatically know that I'm running, right? So, but yeah, when it comes to Sammy Guevara, like, we're going to talk about that a little bit more in the during the ROH match. But I've said it before on Dynamite that Sammy Guevara may be one of the best athletes that gets in his own way in the world right now. If he could get his head clear and get his head out of his ass, he'd probably... I think there might have been a possibility he could have been in that Starks position here going into Winter is Coming, where he wins the Eliminator and ends up facing MJF. Is Guevara the next Teddy Hart? I don't... Teddy Hart has this... Teddy Hart had no sense about getting out of his own way. And he always thought he was right. There's a difference between living through your laurels and just being a general shithead. Because I think there are certain points, and like, I think Guevara hanging out with Jericho could be a very important point here, and a very important thing to work out here. I will say I still do love this pyro with Luchasaurus. I think Guevara's got enough people in his ear that he's willing to listen to, that whenever he does go overboard, he has a way of bringing it back. But he definitely did make some poor decisions. Like, I get it. The fact you want to propose to your future girlfriend in on live TV in front of the entire world. If I had feelings for somebody like that, I'd like to do that too in many ways. I don't want to hide it. I want everybody to see it. Of course, when she turns around and says no right away, well, then I got a whole bunch of egg on my face, but I'm surprised they didn't change his music. Well, I guess Tony's paying for it, so. Oh, you just found out Luchasaurus was an old Big Brother contestant? Yeah. Yeah, it also doesn't look good when you're married to someone else about 3 months later. Yeah, like, that's what I was getting at. I'm like, I get it where you want to propose to somebody, then all of a sudden it magically disappears and reappears again. In many ways, that could be how you could be perceived as just a plain old attention whore. And granted, being with Ty now, it's just saying, you know, two peas in a pod, you know, they do work out. But yeah, Luchasaurus, yeah, former Big Brother contestant. Actually had a tryout in WWE. A lot of people don't realize that as well. Oh, and I apologize, everyone. So we were going through 0 hour without him. Let's get the predictions up now. As I have no room because I threw my controller over here. And I'll put 10 minutes on that one. And there you go, guys. We're on our way. I don't know where he's like. One thing I will say about this is, oh, nice. If that was escaping the cage, that'd be a rather interesting move. So, I wish Edge wasn't in WWE, so AEW could bring him in to help Jungle Boy. Could you imagine? Any one of Christian's former compatriots. Like, yeah, because the only guy that you could use in that situation right now really is Matt Hardy, and I don't really want to use Matt Hardy in that situation right now. Luchasaurus super proud of himself right now. Are they dropping the Jungle Boy gimmick? I think they're starting to slowly do it. Like, they're not just they're keeping the music. They've called him Jungle Boy Jack Perry now. So are we bleeding? Oh yeah. Not even a match in. Kurt Angle employed by WWE. Last I heard, Kurt Angle has one of those ambassador's contracts. Basically what an ambassador's contract is it's a non-competitive one, so you're not wrestling, but you are paid by WWE for special appearances and basically whenever they call you up and they need you for a segment or something, they have the opportunity to give you a call, to book you first. And there is an exclusivity thing to it as well, so. I know that Vince was really big on getting those, I believe they call them Legends contracts, put together for as many people as he could as AEW was starting to form because, well, you don't want all your former talent going to help out over there, right? Like, I don't care what Vince McMahon tries to say. AEW and WWE, like, there is a bit of a fight between. It's not as big as people would like it to be, but I think Vince wanted to make sure that it didn't get out of hand before it got out of hand, kind of thing, right? Ha! Sorry, just reading the RTG Discord under sports for right now. Adam threw a question out there of does Jungle Boy have pictures of JR or something? I honestly think, like, when they were talking about Jungle Boy being one of the pillars of AEW in the future, I do honestly feel that he could have that position right now. The biggest problem is he's had the slowest development of any of those four pillars. You wish it wasn't a competition. I'll be honest with you, I wish it was and it wasn't. I do feel that there is a need to have that main recognized talent that a WWE can provide you, just because they've been around for so long. But at the same time, it all comes down to your booking. And Zodiac, I think AEW would be doing a bit better if they didn't hire as many. Yeah, and that comes down to Tony Khan and what he's like. You can hire every single ex-WWE wrestler, but if you don't book them worth 2 cents, then they're not going to do anything for you. Same thing the other way around here with you could hire absolutely no WWE wrestlers. You need a few, yeah, but I think it went a little overboard and kind of minimized the talent they had developing. Yeah, I'll agree with you. And what I will say about it is one of the best moments in AEW also symbolized one of the worst moments in AEW. And for me, that was All Out, not this year, but last year when they had the debuts of, well, that would have been 2 years ago when they had the crowd. The debuts of Adam Cole and Bryan Danielson back to back. When you could drop both of those announcements in a 5-minute period, it is pretty awesome to see how your crowd's going, but at the same time, you're oversaturating your roster if you got everybody showing up that much, right? My brother shares his Peacock account with me, so I had time to watch WWE. I would. I just have too much other with TV and movies. So now Christian's being the CLB as always. Well, here's where we're going to get our crazy spots to the outside stuff. I can see Jungle Boy coming off the top of the cage onto Luchasaurus on the outside. Oh, no. Hey, Mr. Wright, how are you doing here tonight? Watching a little AEW here. Watching a little thrill in the cage. Yeah, Perry is a mess right now. So now he's bringing it, okay, a table into the ring. Like, this is a little bit crazy here. Are they just going to use the table and that's it? I love it when they do spots like that and the guy just turns around and says, he slipped out of my hand. I can just imagine Carl Kufeld, or Carfeld with them saying that Remsburg is a great referee. He actually has a shirt on his website that says fuck Remsburg. Pardon my French, but why is this even a cage match at this point? I think that they'll use it as part of the story still. But I get what you're saying, Zodiac. Like, if you're going to have a cage match, keep it as a cage match. And I love that. Remsburg's like, no, I come in too. Oh, nice. You know, if Jungle Boy's going to try to stay to be a part of this, that's one way you're going to have to do it. Oh. Nice drop kick to the outside. Like, I don't know, like, I get the reasoning for having this. I think the cage is there for a big spot for Jungle Boy to jump off. Yeah, like, eventually we're going to get that, I think. If we don't, I think we're going to be rather disappointed about it, but... Gotta remind them that mom and sis are here from California. How many JR-isms are we going to get in this matchup here? Crimson Mask, tougher than a $2 steak. Here comes that choke slam onto the chair. He almost looks like a doll going up here. Okay. I love being ahead of your stream so I can see your reaction after. I'm not sure how far ahead you are right now. We just had the kick out of Luchasaurus after the I'm Prettier here, so. I forgot to do the time sync to start off the show. Sorry, guys. The one thing about AEW pay-per-views, they have a tendency to have a weird spot in them where they're where they start them. They don't actually start them like WWE conventional pay-per-views with the whole long beginning and whatnot. Do you think it's any kind of coincidence the Jungle Boy's got that striped I was gonna say a lot of those things look like hearts with stripes. That could remind you of a certain wrestler in another promotion right now that's running NXT. So what are they? Oh, here we go. Here's the spot that we're gonna get. Never thought of it that way. Yeah, like. Okay. I will have to say this. Like, right now, we're in a position here where it feels like this is just there. Like, okay, Taker Jr. See, I know there's no DQ and whatnot in a cage match. I get it. But those horns on Luchasaurus, wouldn't they be illegal? Like, seriously, that's like putting a spike in your head. It is rather amazing that both these wrestlers have an Alberta connection. Oh, it's not his fault he's a dinosaur. Yeah, true enough. But it's really funny that both these wrestlers have an Alberta connection. Luchasaurus is a little looser than the Jungle Boy. Luchasaurus, 10 days. If the pandemic would have lasted 2 weeks later, Luchasaurus would have been in Canada for... I didn't think a pile driver would do it. They haven't used the table yet. They brought a table in the ring. It's got to get used yet. But Luchasaurus is supposed to be up here for a Prairie Wrestling Alliance show 10 days into the pandemic. So, and then for Jungle Boy, he actually spent a bit of time with Heart Legacy Wrestling based out of Calgary. We try not to mention that pay-per-view or that promotion much at all, because that's the not affiliated Heart promotion, as opposed to Dungeon Wrestling, who is owned by Brett's kid Dallas. Oh, here we go. So that's the second pile driver we've seen so far. And that Heart's still beating resoundingly. No kidding. Not dead. I could kill him in there. So yeah, now they got to set up that... Somebody's got to go through that table before we're going to finish this match up here. And just remember, we got 9 more matches after this. All right, I see this now. Now they're both going to go through the table. They have both got to go through the table. Oh, here's your spot. We knew the spot was coming. Okay. If this wasn't in New Jersey, we get a baseball team reference. Oh no, everybody knew he's going up. He's going up. Where are you going? You gonna go up some more? And the... Jesus. Hell yeah, Jersey. Atta boy, yeah. He's going to be out. Wow. Okay, I expected the win. Yeah, that landing was absolutely brutal for both guys. Like, in that situation, you want to try to... There, I just want to get those points back out. Sorry for you, Zodiac, losing your 10 points there. Okay, yeah, Kenny Omega was the... Well... They've done a lot of revisionist history with Kenny Omega, apparently, according to their commercials, right? But yeah, well... Makes me wonder where they're going to go from here on this, right? That's too high. They should have double stacked tables. The thing is, when you double stack tables, like, if you do too wide, it's fine. If you're going to do too high, how can you realistically get Luchasaurus on top of two tables? But I will say this, his hip has got to be hurting right now for where he jumped off there, right? But now they're going to need a good 5-10 minutes to clean things up here, so. Like, there isn't much blood in the ring. Well, at least I'll give it that, but. One thing I would say is I would recommend them going double wide maybe for the tables, but when you have to set up when you have to get those tables into the cage first, you don't want to be wasting time doing that, or else it's going to make it look even worse for you outside the ring. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's rough now that we have 9 matches to go yet. I honestly, when it comes to this rivalry, they were just asking, is it over? I think it's over for now. This is a good way to finally get that pinfall victory or that submission victory for Jungle Boy. Get him moving forward, and then you bring it back when Christian's shoulder's fixed, so that then they can have their blow-off match. All right, this is going to be an interesting setup here. Now, let me get the trios up for you guys, because I know this is a match that a lot of people are looking forward to. This match should be lights out. It should have lights out rules, to be perfectly honest with you. All right. You know what? Just because it's the EVPs, I'm going to give it 15 minutes. Throw the prediction up. So, guys, I'm going to go run really quick here. I'm not going to switch to the break screen here. Just want to go get my glasses cleaned here, because I got really... When you get the bright lights on you, you can see the spots rather easily. So, be right back. Oh, God, do I love that Joker gear. All 3 of them look like damn superheroes. Like, I'm really happy the fact that Death Triangle was able to get those titles after what happened in All Out. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody. Well, I don't know if you heard me in the background there, but I was really happy to see that these 3 picked up the trios titles in the absence of the Elite after everything that happened, because I think no matter which way you play this here, this match was probably going to be the... This was going to be the match in Full Gear one way or the other, I got a feeling. I think the roles just might have been reversed with Champion Challenger. Good to see you, Captain N. No, there has been not a preview yet. However, there has been a tweak to it that I've mentioned. On my Twitter right now, there is a poll going on right now as to what outfit would you prefer to see me in? Once you guys decide that, that will be the official stretch goal for $1,500. I've reset the goal for $1,500 on the stream, as you can see down below here. And if we hit that by the end of the month, we don't have to do it right now. I love the steampunk here. Oh, I can imagine you're ready for this. Nice. Oh my God. Don't you cry no more. Gotta throw the old school in there. Attaboy. You weren't kidding, McG. Kenny's in way better shape than he was to. Like I said, this might be the best thing. This suspension might be the best thing to happen to Kenny Omega in a very long time, for the fact that he is forced to stay out of the ring. Wow, I remember meeting the pianist for Kansas. Really good dude. I just find it funny that they're using such a soft sounding song for their entrance, right? Rather than this overpowering, exploding sound like they do for their regular music, right? Carry on my wayward son. I love the fact that the crowd is actually going at it. Like, Chris Jericho should be jealous right now. But once again, everybody, if you're interested, feel free to get your channel points in on the bets. But yeah, I glossed over it real quick there. But yeah, the $1,500 stretch goal will now be whatever suit wins the poll. I did look on Amazon and see that they are available. If we make it by December 1st, I will order a costume in. And, well, I hope the costume that comes in fits, because, damn it, you know what shipping's like around Christmas time. Listen to this crowd. They woke up. Nope, no Sailor Moon. We are not doing anime. I can't even do Mike Hager because that's against terms of service here. Yeah, get rid of those, like... Why do we have Don Callis on commentary again? Like... Yeah, now I hear the chants. Thanks, McG. I think those pretty much sum up exactly what... Well, it's not a pro-Chicago crowd. Let's put it that way. I could just imagine if Punk's sitting at home watching this and see that chant going on, and to realize that that's not a gimmick hate. That's just a legit screw you. We don't like you. Kenny is just so damn quick. The Chicago crowd even turned on Punk when MJF returned. Fair enough. It's great to turn when you get that shock of showing, like, that initial shock when you show up. Like, hell, anybody will turn on anybody when it's a surprise return, right? But then once that's done, that's when you can tell if a crowd's really turned on someone. Like even right now, you heard that huge pop for the Elite. Jesus! Look at this! Oh, guaranteed Punk's lost a lot of fans here. Whether it be personally, professionally. And it's also to the point where some people are just like, well, I'm done with you because, well, I know that all you're going to do is disappoint me. Oh God. Shades of all in that cage match in 2021. Oh my God. And Kenny's just outside. Yeah, guys, give it up what you got. Give it up. And Pac is absolutely pissed. And Pac just ate 2 stereo kicks. Yeah, like, these guys are talking about the lack of a layoff with Omega. Like, to me, once again, this is just an example of, like, no matter which way your booking went, you were looking to end up in this position here. I am so pissed that they're using coming soon instead of, actually giving you a damn date for that game. This is worth the price of the pay-per-view. And just think, we're just getting there. Like, think about it. We're 40 minutes in and we're into match 2. Granted, some of the matches that are coming up aren't going to be as long. I'll guarantee you that they're not going to give Jade and Nyla Rose 20 minutes. I love Taz's comment there. There might be coffee in there. Yeah, there's no coffee in the front row. Jade wins in 1 minute. No, I think they'll give him a good 5. Because I think Nyla's one of those that you, like I said, we'll focus once again on that later, but Nyla is one of those wrestlers that you can trust with a longer match. And Pac's so small that he overkicked himself there. That's funny. Yeah, I'm just looking at the tweets right now, all online right now, which let's face it, we got a fair bit too there. So, when it comes to tweets, I'm actually happy that Twitter's still around, to be perfectly honest with you, because that's one of my main ways of communication. But I do wish they let Nyla win. Well, they don't want to let Nyla win, I think, necessarily, because do you want Nyla Rose to be Jade's first loss? Because Jade's never lost yet. That's the problem right now. They booked themselves into this superhuman corner here. Okay, McG, I'll give it. Okay, fire. Yes. I doubt Britt versus Saraya goes very long either. I think it goes longer than the TBS match, but I do think you're right. It's going to go about 10 minutes or so. Maybe 10, 15, somewhere in there. Just because it's good. The beginning of the match is going to be so drawn out because of that reaction from the crowd, right? Not a fan of unbeatable wrestlers? You're not a fan of The Undertaker? There, so that came up quick. I am always impressed with a Northern Light suplex like that. But the thing is, McG, they are treating Jade in a way as the way they would do a lot of the Undertaker stuff as well. In many ways, I personally think they're treating Jade like a little bit like Goldberg. I'll never get over Taker. Yeah, like I was over at a buddy's place and I was watching in his basement. I was watching the show in his basement with a buddy of mine, and it just literally, it floored me. Like I literally had I had a plate of meat snacks in my hand that literally fell on the floor, and the guy that I was with there, he literally thought I was having a heart attack. Just from my reaction. Like at the beginning of that match against Lesnar, I was just looking, all right, well, this is the piss break right now. Because we know that Lesnar can't do a whole lot. At that time, he couldn't. He didn't prove he could. Let's put it that way. And well, Taker never loses, so whatever. Then all of a sudden he lost, and then the world went still. Mr. Perfect was your favorite unbeaten streak? I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. I like his better than... I'll say I like Perfect's better than what Goldberg did. 'Cause they made Goldberg look foolish there at a couple of those matches, so... If he would have lost 10 years earlier, I would have been fine with it, but letting it go that long just to end it sucked. I'm not going to say that, Jaeger. In my opinion, if you could have a storyline of how the streak ends, check out Adam Blompied's little videos on how you'd book the Taker streak ending. I believe it's also how he booked the Cena heel turn that we never saw. Oh, look out. I thought there was going to be more people there, to be perfectly honest. My other recommendation for who would... The best person to take out the Undertaker streak, I would have taken a guy like Daniel Bryan. Like, to be perfectly honest, if you want to do... The frick was that? That's the thing about these guys. Once they put it into a gear, you're almost like, what the hell are you guys doing? No way. Jesus! Nakazawa saved Nick Jackson's life there. Or Matt. Like Nakazawa's pure one job was there to save Jackson right there. Then, of course, Cutler didn't take anything, and he's just sitting on the side there with that damn cold spray. Down on the knee. And Pac's bleeding, so now he got knocks with gloves. Now we got 2 for 2 matches of blood in him. This one, of course, is unintentional, I do believe. But if you could do that story of David versus Goliath, just give me a Pac, Omega, and Phoenix triple threat. What, you didn't like Pac, Omega, and Orange Cassidy? Oh no. Stereo tombstones? Stack them up like corkwood. Oh, you gotta love it when they literally have to clean off the arms, right? What did I think of Evil Danhausen? Jesus. Jesus! Oh god. Oh, I'll get to you. I'll get to that 1 second here. Wow, Cutler and Nakazawa not interfering. Oh, good for the save there. This is freaking nuts. Stereo dives. It's amazing that a dive by the Lucha Brothers is basically a lockup for most people. Please tell me Phoenix gets the championship eventually. Like, seriously, give Phoenix the AEW championship once. And here comes the story of the hammer. Oh, here we go. V-trigger into the... Oh. Okay. Surprised Pac didn't use the hammer on Jackson there. Danhausen, I like the fact they changed his gimmick up. Whether that's an old gimmick at ROH that he used to use or not, I'm not 100% sure. 2 sling blades, 3 sling blades. Ah. We have no fear, but you also have no teeth left. BT trigger. Come on, that's got to be done. Wow. The teeth was he tried to do a hardcore horror character before the pandemic. Okay. I don't mind it for the fact that there's some reason to it. I knew about the teeth. Like, I've seen the teeth around, but at the same time, interference on the hammer. Still holds the hammer. Sounds like a curler. Okay. Is Phoenix actually going to use it? He used the hammer! Oh my goodness! I want to see how many brackets were busted on that matchup. Of all the people. I love how Callis is having an aneurysm there about Phoenix is so sad. Now I get it. But they get Evil Death Triangle. I don't think so. I think it was a little bit instinct. That's all it was. Okay. This is the beginning of the end of Death Triangle. I get that too. All right, let me get this next prediction up for you guys while we got a split second here. So I have to ask you guys while I'm saying this up, what have you thought about this storyline about Nyla Rose and Jade Cargill and the TBS Championship? The stolen title gimmick and the way that Nyla's been able to carry this through odd lines so easily. Rematch for winner is coming, absolutely. McGee and Captain Ed winning there, yep, absolutely. It's the most interesting thing Jade has done in a long time. I'll give you that as well. Like, this whole Jade build-up about being... Oh, ha! The fact that Trios chaps can't even get out of the ring before the lowrider shows up. All right, Necroeric, I hope you enjoy your shows tonight. And Vicky's shirt, yeah, that's a troll and a half itself as well. But yeah, just the way that this story has been unfolding out on unfolding on all the social medias, and it's just been a testament to what Nyla Rose has been able to do with it. That to more than what Jade's just been reacting. Nyla is a lot more charismatic than people give her credit for. And yeah, the only thing coming through on this story is the fact that Jade... Oh. What in the world? Go with the She-Hulk look again? Oh, no, she got the Chitara look. That's what it is. From the Thundercats, yeah. Thundercats, ho! I thought it was ho, not oh. Fun fact, Jade didn't know who Chitara was until she asked Twitter what she should wear. Nice. She does look good, don't get me wrong. And I do love the old cartoons, so. Oh, and this is how you get rid of the baddies. All right, are we actually going to get... Oh, we're actually going to get the match? Yeah, this is not going to be a very pretty few minutes here, I got a feeling. Oh, well, the back of the head. This is more of an exposure about how Jade is not... Jade still needs work. Let's not even kid ourselves. Like, I don't care that she's 41-0. She needs a hell of a lot of work. And Nyla's going to do what she can. Like, Nyla's always been that first challenger. Like, I hate to make size comparisons, but Nyla Rose has always been that that big show challenger to every new champion that comes up. If you haven't noticed that before, like all the face champions that come up, whether it be Sheeta, whether it be Thunder Rosa, usually the first challenger has always been Nyla Rose. Yeah, no. This needs to end rather auspiciously and quickly, I feel. I love how he says this. Wrestlers have to be careful. They got to win this for... Okay. So McGee is two minutes ahead in the future here. I can just imagine there's a few wardrobe malfunctions coming up here. And that's one thing I found with a lot of the... Oh, yeah, I can see what you're talking about now. Well, actually, that's funny because I've seen that happen with a lot of the females that try the unique gear. And that's what happens when you try to decide what gear you want to wear, 2-3 days before your match? Jade going up, which usually isn't... The flying nothing! The flying nothing! How about them apples? There are a bunch of pears, too. How you doing, Fat Boy Brian? Good to see you here tonight, my friend. This is an interesting pay-per-view, to say the least. It's funny because we've all sat around and we all said this would be the most straightforward pay-per-view that we're going to get. We've already had one upset. This should have been the first match? I don't think so. You don't want to keep the crowd on this. Jade needs to be careful not to cut these 2 money bag tabs in her backside. Well, she also picked a set of gear that is like, oh, diving knee drop. Okay. First match is 0 hour. I will give you more of that. I give you a coin for that, my friend. Like, I know they put a lot of faith in Nyla to try and keep this up here, but... Like, they put a lot of faith in Nyla here, because Nyla has been able to develop good matches against people that have been less than stellar at times. She's been a solid person on Dark. I was going to say, please don't do the Triple H treatment there. If you know what I mean, Triple H took 26 seconds to cover Booker T to win the... to defend the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania 19 after they used the racism gimmick. Really? Wow! Yeah, I'm with you, Jaeger. I honestly thought Jade had a way to step it up, but I'm not putting this one on Nyla. Yeah, she's wearing the Chitara outfit. Yep. Really? See, once again, just... Welcome back to you, Captain Ed, by the way. Oh, watchwrestling.io. I could have told you that. I just don't type it in the chat because I don't want anybody coming back on the VOD about it. Personally, I'll never do it. I'll always pay for it just because I know that this goes towards the wrestlers. Like, I fully pay for my pay-per-views. Don't get me wrong. When you use that website that I mentioned, and maybe I'll mention it somewhere else later, but the streams go down quite frequently because they get caught rather quick. Is there a legal means outside of buying cable to get this? Yeah, absolutely. Fight.tv is the website. And that's actually where you get most of it as well. In Canada, they have it on YouTube Premium, I do believe. YouTube pay-per-view. They were advertising that as well. But yes, Fight.tv is where you can get it. You got it via Bell? Okay, well, I'm actually watching it via the Fight app just because it's easier for me to watch it later. They're going to start moving Jade up the card yet? No, not yet. She's not ready. Zodiac. Straight up, she's not ready. And Carl, we were just talking about you earlier. All good things, of course. Not happy about it, but figure they would keep on. Yeah, like, they need to find somebody who is going to be worthwhile taking that win, right? And I don't think they found that, right? So. Well, Captain Ed, I live in the country with old people, so who doesn't know technology? I have AEW Plus, so I can... I think it was either we were talking about Jamie Hayter or, oh no, we were talking about the opening matchup, and I was advertising your favorite referee shirt on your website. That's where we were talking about, Carl. That's what it was. Just because Remsburg was the official of the first matchup here. We're about to get fiber in our area. Does AEW stream live? Well, that's why I'm using Fight.tv, right? That's the streaming service I use. Oh, and we got the ROH title. So, my thoughts on the Punk fiasco. Let me throw this. Let me get this predictions up here. So. Claudio. All right, there's our predictions. I'll throw 15 on it just to be safe. Let's go. All right, so in terms of the Fight.tv, and Fight is actually spelled F-I-T-E for this app, not F-I-G-H-T. That's the Fight network that you're going to get if you do that. Do Dynamite? No. TSN has exclusive rights to Dynamite in Canada, so same with Rampage. So I'm not 100% sure on that other part. Side bet, Sammy turns on Jericho. I'll mark you down for that. I'm in US, so I use a VPN and change my location to UK to get AEW Plus. Okay, well, maybe AEW Plus could possibly be the one that shows Dynamite. I do believe that is the way it is in in your... What the f... All right, well, that outfit's a statement. He is a horny devil. No Tay tonight, which will make everybody... Yeah, like I said, Mick G, it's a statement. Not a good statement, but a statement nonetheless. The whole Punk situation, nobody was right. Punk should have shut up to begin with. Tony should have shut him up. Cut his mic if possible. The Bucks should have just let it cool off and deal with next time on TV. Omega tried to save Larry, I think might have been the only redeeming quality here. The amount of time it took to do the investigation was about on par with what you would expect if you're going to terminate somebody, because you got to make sure you dot your I's, cross your T's, and all that great stuff. And I think based on the fact they screwed up the first point, they handled the rest about... They both figured it out about as well as they could in this situation, I think. We still got to see the final results, which, based on the fact that AEW is a private company, we may never find out. Like, WWE is a public company, so they had to advertise when they do stuff. But Tony doesn't have to tell us anything. Straight up. There you go. Jager's got it all covered for you there, Captain N, if you're interested. If you got a good VPN there. I'd recommend NordVPN. Check out the last episode of Remember the Game with Adam Blank, and you'll have a link there for a huge discount, and I believe it's 3 to 6 months free. So, and I'm not saying that just because I was on that episode with a very poor microphone and my best joke edited out. So I'll throw this out here real quick here before we get going on this matchup here. There was one little piece that he edited out, which makes complete sense. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy that Adam did it. It was to come right out of that commercial break. So the commercial break for this episode of Remember the Game was NordVPN. The commercial during the talk that we had. I thought, I got my weeks mixed up, and I thought it was the BetterHelp one that we had in the middle, right? So I immediately come back from commercial with, you know, it's really amazing and coincidental that you have a BetterHelp advertisement in the middle of a Mortal Kombat movie review. Adam couldn't stop laughing about it, to be perfectly honest, but it makes sense since it was the other way around and NordVPN was in the middle. Wouldn't have made any sense to put that joke in there, right? And Adam's the king of jokes, so he knows better than me on that. And the arena looks pretty full there, McGee, yeah. What we're finding lately is, for the pay-per-views, they're getting sellouts. For TV, it all depends on where they are. Like, it's going to be interesting to see how many people they have for Dynamite next Wednesday, because they're in Chicago again. Which it really reminds me, it finds me in a... It's an interesting spot here. Like, you want to do some mental gymnastics on your booking here. Talking about our main event. So, let's go into an Elseworld story here where CM Punk wins the title and doesn't do the whole speech backstage to cause the brawl and, you know, cause suspended, fired, all that stuff. Let's fast forward to MJF getting his chance tonight. And if he wins tonight, he comes out in Chicago and gloats about it. It could set up that final match between him and about MJF and Punk at Winter is Coming. They could always get rid of the Eliminator Tournament or move that match somewhere else. So December 10th is going to be a hell of a day for wrestling fans here. Because we got, not only do we have Final Battle in the afternoon, but then we also have a Breakdown at night, which has one of the most confusing matches that I've seen since King of the Mountain in their, in two of their feature matches, so... So just a reminder, there is availability to... So Jagger, I didn't think about that. I'd be shocked if MJF doesn't win. That's some of the things that I've learned when it comes to... I've dealt with many things in booking here. You sort of read through the tea leaves of some of the other facts that are going through as you're moving. You can actually determine what storylines were planned versus what is actually going on. Have we ever seen Bryan Danielson versus Cesaro in WWE? I don't think so. I will say this right now. I would absolutely love to see this more often. So you guys find it a little coincidental, like, I know Danielson isn't full camo, but it looks similar in color and stature to Claudio. And Claudio's wearing the camo type 2 with the gray. And here's something weird for you that we don't, in terms of TV promotions, we don't see it this often. Aubrey's working back-to-back here. February 5th, 2021. Thanks for checking that out, Zodiac. I appreciate that. That was that run right before Brian left. That actually makes sense. Yeah, because he was on a bit of a roll after the Rumble before. Nice double cutter. And Jericho's like, what the hell is going on here? You're not supposed to be trying to win the championship. That's what I don't like about tournaments. You kind of guess who is going to win depending on who won the other match. Exactly. It's like we were talking about earlier with Ricky Starks here. Like, and why I'm happy that really. That's why I'm sort of happy that we're not going to get Starks versus Page until Wednesday, just for the fact that we can't interlope with what A versus B is going to do here, right? Better Aubrey than Remsburg? Yeah, well. I'll say this right now, that so far this show has delivered. I like the push that they're giving Paige. Yeah, like, I know we were talking about this on Wednesday, but that's the kind of push that we've been looking for ever since he's come into AEW, right? Ever since he left Josh Alexander in the North. And he's deserved this ever since, he got gypped out the way that he did out of Impact Wrestling there to finish things off. And he's a Southern Ontario boy. Yeah, well, you know, we all have our faults. I'm really going to have to change that to a Mario coin. So is he going to do the... Oh. Del Valley Driver. I thought he was going to go... Sammy's sitting there. Oh. Thank God I'm in Northern Ontario. Nice. Be careful. A couple of us are hey, you're waiting. You know, McGee, there's certain things called improving your life. And I'm glad you guys are going to be trying to do that. So I wonder how long it takes before Jericho asks Guevara just to plain old lie down. He thinks Edmonton is good. Yeah, the sooner you guys figure out when you want to come up here, I'll see if I can get the time off work so I make sure I spend some time with you guys. Because, like, literally right now until the end of the year, I got Black Friday off. That's my only booked day off. My usual days off are Wednesday, Thursday. We will call you in sick? No. Unfortunately, the person you calls in sick is me. So it's like, that don't work that way, unfortunately. Loving this Canadian shit talking. Well, you know. For people that don't know Canada that well, it's like, it's a friendly rivalry, I think, at the best of times. But Western Canada, Eastern Canada does have a bit of a complex against each other. Oh, Jesus. I think that's the first move that Jericho's going to be thinking about after everything's done here. You think Captain Ann and I are sleeping when we get there? No, no, no. No, it'll be fun to have you guys up here and during the summer, typically, like, I know Adam says that he doesn't typically meet up with fans that often, but I'm sure if you guys make it all the way from Ontario just to meet up with us, I'm sure he can find some time. And for the record, I only know the part of town he lives in. I don't know where he lives, so. Ooh. Here we go. Side bet one. I don't think they broke it up. It's not official until after the match. Because the fight of passion is one thing here, you know. It's sort of like with Claudio and Danielson. You know, they're friends, but they're going to beat the holy hell out of each other just like with the title. Same thing with a couple thieves. Hold number 712, R bar. Gotta love the sides of the crowd. Really? All right, Sammy, I see you. We're getting into stealing holds from everybody else tonight. That seems to be the theme of the night here right now. Get him in the line tamer. That's what I'd love to see. Not the walls, the line tamer. No, into the walls. I turned to talk to Lady Ed. What Canadian shit thought we were talking about? What, and when are we sleeping yet? Oh. We're not, in terms of the yes talking, I think it was a little bit more Eastern Canada versus Western Canada. And yeah, McGee answered it best. Yes and yes. I'm enjoying the opportunity to see one-on-one for a bit and not just a four-person cluster. Well, that's an interesting way to break a hold. Well, I think everybody, the one thing about AEW, the one thing that I really am impressed with AEW about is it seems like every match in this scenario every match in their card seems to have a different vibe to it. Like the ROH title match has a difference from the trios match, has a difference from the cage match. The TBS match was something. Now, does Sammy pick Jericho up and do the GTH? Well, you lost to him, and I lost to him. I haven't lost to him. Get up. Just say kick him in the balls. Okay. Star press. Oh my God. I thought that was going to be it. And that's the other thing about AEW that I appreciate. The fact that in WWE, it's pretty settled in what you're going to get. And I don't know, Carl, I didn't get a chance to see what you guys' thoughts were going into the pay-per-view, but I was thinking this is pretty much the most cut and dry pay-per-view that we're going to be getting in a while. And our second match in, my card got busted already with the Death Triangle beating the Elite. I thought it was going to be completely... I thought the Elite was going to win no matter what there. And Danielson's like, what are you doing? I took steroids on my neck first. And Claudio's like, go, I'm in the camera. Jim. Jim. It is like you said, it's pretty good back and forth here with these guys. Trios was good, but still have issues. Well, wow. Danielson almost gets it there. Claudio is stupid strong. Yeah, like it's. Danielson isn't a big guy, so it feels wrong for him to just take blows with no effect. I get it, but look who was giving him. When you got somebody smaller than him doing it, that's the only way you can justify it there, Captain Ed. To me, when you have somebody smaller like Guevara, who really, you know, those arms aren't meant for or doing that, so. Oh, nice block. I'm surprised they allow people to do that flop on that lariat right now. It's not like Mysterio hitting Big Show, but it is pretty close. Like, with all due respect, Danielson does have some muscle definition on him. Yeah, it was a very nice looking inside out, but I figured after Paige, I guess you just can't live in fear kind of thing, right? Danielson with vegan strength. Perhaps I missed the day of the smaller Daniel Bryan's where his small size made it feel like I could take out Triple H. Very well, possibly. Oh. That's a cutter. And a Spanish fly out of nowhere. Into the bell lock. And Jericho's not there. Oh no, Jericho's there. They wouldn't have had the camera. Oh, there's the camera angle. I'm surprised that they haven't brought Floyd in yet. Because Floyd's legal. It's not honorable, but Jericho gave up on that a while ago. Well, everybody outside. Oh, Jericho screwed that one up. There it is. Wow. Neutralized on the floor while Danielson's done. Oh, and here comes Guevara. Please tell me Claudio catches him. Well, maybe not. Jericho's still tired from his Masked Singer appearance? Yeah. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Going for that Ricola bomb. There's no honor of being in the ropes. Oh. See, Sammy's so small. I would love to see him speed up to the point where he just lets go and Sammy just flies out of the ring. Oh, he missed it, but whatever. The most overprotected move. It is the most protective move in AEW right now. Not what you expected? I expected. Like, I was mentioning it before. Like, if you want to get yourself a TV deal, Chris Jericho's the guy to do it. Like, the face of your TV deal, an ex-WWE guy, he's the guy that solidified the TV deal for AEW on TBS. And then... And Zodiac, of course, give me them damn points. Suckers. It's not the result I wanted, but it's the result I expected. If they're going to change it over, I would say you change it over on the ROH pay-per-view. Oh, we're going here now. Which means Hayter and Storm are probably going to get semi-main. I would say that would make the most sense. Don't get me wrong, I don't feel bad about that either. I wanted Danielson to win. Also felt myself kind of hoping Sammy would win throughout the match. Thinking Sammy tonight and Jericho takes it back to the pay-per-view. All right, let me throw this up here. Hayter and Storm semi. Hey-oh! I know what you guys are talking about, you dirty bugger. No, I don't think you're going to flip-flop the title like that. Jericho's got that gimmick going right now, the Ocho, and I don't think you go away from that right now. And I'm still going to hand strong, but and the fact that we're halfway through the show, it sort of feels right. I haven't heard anything. I'm just going with a gut instinct here. Simply by... Don't forget, we still get that much anticipated Jarrett Sting match. I think we could get that right after this. I'm actually surprised they're bringing Saraya out first. I would think you'd do this last for the fact that she can... I would think you'd want to leave that pop going right through Britt Baker, like get Britt Baker over with her entrance and whatnot, and then just let the crowd just take it after. But my prediction, like I said before, I still say Mercedes Moné shows up here somewhere. Just a gut feeling. I haven't read anything about it. The fact that... just the fact that they brought up... She brought up how poignantly how she let Mercedes know that she was letting her be the first one to know that she was cleared. It seems like a perfect storm. It's sort of a street. No, not Toni Storm, but a perfect storm of having. If she showed up here, it just seems like a full circle thing, right? And no Rebel tonight. Like, I can understand Hayter not being out here, because that's she's got a championship match here in about an hour. Is it just me, or does that look... is it just me or just a feeling that Britt just has that look of I don't know whether I want to be here right now, or either that or I'm crying over this moment and the fact she gets to share it. I'm a fan of Soraya's music and would have loved to have her come out second to have that music play longer. Fair enough. See, and this is the moment here why I told you guys this match would probably last longer than the TBS Championship match. For the fact they can slow it down. They can use the drama here. I think she's distracted by how pasty white Saraya is. She's always been that. Like this is about as tanned as Saraya's been since forever. Like I would call it Sheamus disease, but unfortunately, Saraya had it way before Sheamus had it like that in WWE. She's a Brit. They don't tan, they burn. She's psyching everybody out there. That was great. That was amazing. She's trying to troll everybody she can right now, just for the hell of it. And it's subtle things like that. Like right there, I'm pretty much imagining that Saraya sat there, like Britt was trying to get up from that headlock already. And Saraya's like, no, stay here a sec, slow it down. Let these cameras get the picture that they want here. Like it was the infamous spot with Hogan and Jay Leno when they were doing Hog Wild. The fact that Leno had the headlock on Hogan, and Hogan literally just sat there for an extra 2-3 minutes, just to soak it in, let the cameras get all the photos they need. Yes, I know it's 2022 and people use video, but oh, gotta love the good old-fashioned cravat. Somewhere Chris Hero smiling right now. Probably around Duke University. I think they might be playing tonight. Why do the douchiest people get front row seats? Probably just jealous, but still. The reason the douchiest people get the front row seats is because they're not doing anything else with their lives except sitting in front of the computer waiting for tickets to go on sale, or else they know somebody who's selling those tickets or who's in charge. People with money are typically douchey. Is that why we're all such great people here? Well, except for that one person here. You know who you are. But you got to kind of feel that this was going to be the story throughout this, right? You're the one with money, McGee? Just got to throw that in there. Sorry, Zodiac. No, you're the one person? Oh, okay. So just so you know, you still got time to get your predictions in. We're about 50-50 here. I'm actually happy this is probably the first one where we've actually had a split here. So you're broke as F, so you must be an angel. Nice. I'm perfect if you overlook my glaring flaws. Rim shots all around. I owe you another one there. I haven't seen the perdition thing. Yeah. Nice dive. I've seen those flaws. Oh, nice. I'm not going there. I'm not going there at all. Interesting hope spot. Yeah, this match has been going on for quite a while. I'm pretty happy with the fact that, there's nothing spectacular, and I didn't expect anything spectacular out of this match. Britt has been as much as we want to joke about it. Captain N's Twitch channel is flawless. Absolutely. I've been able to watch a few of the streams, and everything looks pretty sharp and clean and crisp. I'm actually seeing pretty much everybody in here right now that does stream on a semi-consistent basis they're all looking very professional. I think of all of us, Carl's probably the best one here right now, the way everything looks. Between his channel and the OLE channel. Pretty much second to none there. Oh, they call it a nightcap. Used to be known as the page turner, now it's known as a nightcap. I remember that day. I know Chris Parrish ended up responding to a couple of them there. Saraya was looking for a few names for her stuff because everything was sort of related to Paige for a while there. Yeah, Carl, I know you've been absolutely nuts. You've been going crazy on how much you do for those channels. Disc, how are you doing tonight, my friend? Hope everything's going well for you. We're watching AEW Full Gear here tonight with a plethora of friends. And actually, I just realized I can do this now. See if I can do this here. There we go. One day I will get a keyboard that's closer to me here, so. There's the shout out to Turnbuckle Studios, guys. Give Carl a follow here if you like talking wrestling. You like talking life. Carl is definitely an excellent fellow, and now that Twitch has given us an easier way to do it, there's another thing. Oh, what the hell? She goes for an avalanche air raid crash on Saraya. That'd be scarier than hell. All right, not perfect, but still pretty damn good. I'm doing good. For some strange reason, my chat window isn't showing BRB. Guess you're gonna have to reboot or either look at check it out on the actual stream right now. So oh, that nice reverse cloverleaf there. Now I'm only big enough to be considered people, so it's all good. Nice reversal. What is she going to go for? Oh, no. And this is where she got hair in her mouth already. There's the counter again. And another counter. Nice kick. Oh, the Daniel Bryan knee. So yeah, the only thing I haven't done on this stream yet that is new that we can do now is pin messages. So I'm going to start doing that with my jack.org message rather than you guys having to deal with the scroll by on it. So oh, Paige pooped on that one a little bit. Now the stomp. All right, this is going to be it. What? I don't mind. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you don't want to make Saraya look superhuman in her first match. So if she's going to start hitting finisher after finisher after finisher, it was a weak kick out. Yeah, like, that's the one saving grace of that, but it's not getting that pop. Like, the crowd is not knowing what to expect. Here it is. There you go. The crowd's up a little bit for that. Two DDTs. There you go. Yeah, Big G, in a way I could see that. And this is where character development really kicks in. Like, even if you're watching any match and you're familiar with a wrestler, you want to see their moves, right? And you know you're going to roughly see this move here and this move there, and just they have this repertoire that you know. But when you got somebody that's been gone for so long and they're not necessarily, I don't know if she's totally changed her repertoire, but she has been in the ring forever. She's got different moves now. When people are more worried about seeing whether you're going to be okay versus whether you're going to win. And I think they actually lost her on that heavy spot to the head when on the outside when she was down for as long as she was, because the crowd really didn't know if it was legit or not. And that's, while that, yeah, I think everyone cringes with every Saraya bump, but It's like watching Derrick Rose play basketball. I never really get a chance to enjoy it, but you keep expecting the worst. I completely agree with that. It's the fact that until we get used to the fact that she can wrestle regularly, it's the same thing with Bryan Danielson. Nobody really, like, people aren't expecting her to, people are expecting her to fail before they're expecting her to succeed. It seems to be more the case for people when it comes to society these days. They always expect the worst and hope for the best. All right, let me get this next prediction in here. Once again, everybody, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's popped in here tonight, whether you're here for a minute or an hour or... It has been a very fun sidecast here tonight. All right, triple threat match on deck. Let's get going. 15 minutes on the clock. But yeah, it's going to take time for us to, whether it's going to be, before I think as a group we're going to be able to live with, understand, respect, accept the fact that Saraya is okay. Like, I get the pop that you want to have by having her on pay-per-view, but it might also have been... It might have been interesting if they would have been able to set her up at, like, Grand Slam being a mystery partner of somebody and just coming out to that first pop that way. Because just because a doctor clears you to go wrestle doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to do anything of substance or turn out to be anything great. Nice gear on Hobbs here. I am loving the splash of purple. With the only thing I am upset about this with, it reminds me too much of Penta in the trios match. The Joker colors. Granted, Powerhouse Hobbs is a bit of a joker in this matchup. He's more of a catalyst when it comes to the way this is all happening. And one of the funniest things I find about this whole situation here, they tried turning Joe heel on Wednesday for it. For the reasons of why he attacked Wardlow. I'm absolutely in favor of everything that Joe did. Wardlow's been getting cocky. Wardlow actually literally said he's coming out for every championship. And Joe's holding a championship. So basically Wardlow said he's going after him. I'd frickin' deck him. Like, I get there's confidence in the guy, but seriously. $20-match winning streak. 20 matches even. Hobbs is good, but I'm still not sold on his star quality. Wardlow, Brian Cage, and Lance Archer are all better big men. Well, personally speaking, from my feelings about what's going on, I think Lance Archer is pretty much... He's that first big baddie you bring out in the Batman games. You know, you got the first boss right at the beginning of the game. That's sort of like the tutorial on how to take out the big men, where you gotta, you gotta hit them once and then you can do the beatdown kind of thing. To me, that's what Lance Archer feels like to me now. Brian Cage is an ROH guy now, so I knew he wasn't going to win that tournament. And Wardlow, I think that I think the best word to explain it is comfortable. It was just mentioned on the broadcast here. I think Wardlow feels very comfortable where he is right now. He's doing everything he's been asked to do. He's done well. He ended up in a bad spot after what happened with MJF there. I think his star would have been a lot better if MJF didn't skip out on that autograph signing and whatnot. So, we love to see a god fall, but first you have to sell him as a god. I think Wardlow, for the most part, has been treated as such. Joe eats a pin from Hobbs. All right, good call, Zodiac. I wouldn't put it past anybody here. Because I really wonder who Joe's going to be taking on at Final Battle. Because let's think about it. We only got 3 weeks until Final Battle right now. And, well, with Ring of Honor, you can basically just throw a card together and say, here, have at her. It still means a lot when you got to try to... Well, I thought this would be a Haas fight, but they're actually doing some pretty technical stuff here, which I'm happy seeing. What looked like Joe was trying to go for Vintage Joe, and Hobbs just said no. This almost feels like a Vince McMahon splooge match. Or a Big E one or the other. Big meaty man slapping meat. One thing I gotta say, these are 3 really big men, yeah. Big men with big chests. One thing I will say here tonight that I really am impressed and really happy about is the fact that there's been no real surprises outside of the roster. There's been no signings. There's been no crazy returns. It's just good matches with good wrestlers. Yeah, cue Vince ogling Stacy Keibler meet. That's exactly where I was going with that. The first picture would be Joe. The second picture would be Hobbs. The third picture would be Wardlow. And I only put it in that order because Vince McMahon proved that he was also racist as hell, too. Yeah. Wardlow's that good. He's that athletic, too. And the headbutt right underneath the nose of Joe. I've always wondered why he does that video game lariat like that. Oh, that was a bad camera view there. That was a miss. And Joe's sitting there more for the fact of you decided to you move there. You sons of... As much as everybody knows what the arsenal is going to be from Joe, they're all still just as impressed with it, so... Joe's off his game today. He hits the turnbuckle there. He missed the senton. Joe just having a rough day. I think Joe missed because he think he was going to land on... Yeah, exactly. Like, why are you guys moving? Like, don't get me wrong. Samoa Joe is one of the best wrestlers in the world. Very underappreciated because he chose TNA. Like, I actually had the privilege of watching Joe's last match on the Indies before he went into the NXT system. It was in Edmonton. Him against Michael Richard Blaze here, and it ended up being a squash just because of the circumstances of where he was in, but Joe knows how to make himself bigger than life. And Wardlow's learning it. Hobbs, he's getting there, but he's still a few steps behind Wardlow, I think. Nice spine buster. So what do we got left here? We got the no DQ, we got the women's title, we got the men's title. Hobbs, well, you know what? I think he's doing a lot better. Like, better than being in that Team Taz goon role. Because just being the muscle for Team Taz, he was never going to progress. It's sort of like what we were saying about Danhausen during the pre-show. Like, if he's just the guy that comes out and scares everybody once in a while, he's never going to get anywhere. He's never going to be fully into it, right? I think Hobbs is going to get it. I do think Wardlow's going to get it. Like, give it 3-4 years if AEW's still around, which I think it will. You could see guys like Wardlow, guys like Hobbs. I don't want to say Darby Allin because, well, frankly, he might be dead by then. Guys like Jack Perry. Those guys are going to be your higher-ups in the promotion if your promotion's working properly. Because you're always trying to elevate stars, trying to make things better. I love that spine buster. Poor Darby. Yeah, poor Darby. I'll give it to you there. He is a... I don't want to give him sympathy, but every time he comes out there, he looks like he's going to die. Like, he puts himself in a position where he's going to get murdered somewhere. So I'm going to ask you, chat. Just feel free to throw your comments in. Who has the best spine buster ever? Like, to me, you're never going to get past Arn Anderson, personally. Batista? I could see that. Captain N has the best spine buster? I was going to say I have a pretty dang good spine buster, but that's just my back breaking every time I try and lift anything. Zodiac, you're partial to the Rocks? I love the extra charisma that the Rock does on his. I just broke you in the field doesn't mean it was on purpose. Nice. Jay Lethal is still excellent in the ring, but all the crap he's done outside the ring since coming to AEW is very lackluster. Whoa! Okay. All right, well, I'll tell you right now, it looks like we might end up getting Wardlow versus Joe at Final Battle. Wow. Well, folks, thanks for donating your points because nobody had him. Wow. It's like the kids realized that Papa just screwed them. By hook or by crook, no offense, Taz. Nice. It isn't. You think he's. Ha! Even the I like the details of the distribution of points. Nobody thought this would happen. You missed it. McPooch had to pee. Hobbs took out Wardlow, and then Joe snuck in with a choke at the back end. What? Okay. McGee, you should get back on the stream here pretty quick. Jericho's doing an interview right now. It appears on Wednesday we're going to get Tomohiro Ishii taking on Chris Jericho for the ROH World Championship. All right, you're out of here. Great. Thank you. Take care, Captain. We will see you. Well, I'm going to be back on tomorrow night, so All right, so we got Jake Hager versus Jake Hager versus Danhausen too. It is a great hat. All right, Cap. Yeah. So just to give you guys a heads up, I did have to work out my schedule a little different here for the next few days. Oh, we're getting the no DQ match. Great. This is officially my P-break match, even though I don't have one. I'm still sticking it out with you here. I'll let you guys know while I'm getting this together. My schedule for next week. I'm actually going to be on tomorrow with Bayonetta. And from there, I might be on late Tuesday, but I doubt it. I'll probably be on Wednesday as the next time. All right, let me get 15 minutes on the clock here. Jeff the Undertaker Jarrett. I don't mind the last outlaw gimmick that he's doing. Also, black makes him look slimming so he can eat a little bit more. But yeah, in terms of my schedule coming up here, Bayonetta Sunday, then Wednesday, maybe a late stream on Thursday. It is American Thanksgiving, so I am heading out with some friends during the morning. My Bills play the early game, so I'm okay there. Double J Lethal, yes, I'm not. I missed that one. Damn it! And for me,
you idiot!
And then if I'm not on Thursday, I'll be on Friday. Because I don't feel like I'm going to be on during Survivor Series. I won't be doing a sidecast on it. I'll just be I'll have it on in the background here as I'm doing some other work here. So oh, we got the tag title match too. What am I thinking? Oh, and just a heads up for everybody, make sure you check out our wrestling and our gaming YouTube channels for a lot of great content. I still love the fact that they got the TNA music for Jarrett. Oh, and he's gone to the light gear. I love how he's been, his toughest challenger has been the camera director every week now. Oh, and here comes Karen. No. Ah, the fake stings. Hey, Shane saw it. The show's going not bad. We've had a couple. I would say a couple what? But the funny part is, a lot of people were predicting this would be a very straightforward show, and there's been a lot of curveballs tonight. We've had Samoa Joe win the TNT Championship in a triple threat with Powerhouse Hobbs and Wardlow. Just happened here. Death Triangle retained the Trios Championship against the Elite. Saraya won her match with Britt Baker, her debut. Crowd absolutely died after the first bump spot that she did. First heavy bump spot. She was good. Like I said, her match was okay. Like, I had low expectations for what she was going to do in the match. Like, I didn't expect a 5-star match out of it, but her and Britt worked really well together. The only problem was everybody was so worried about what would happen when she took her first heavy bump, and she sold it so well that the crowd just thought she was injured. So now there's a body bag at ringside, and Lethal's gonna go check the body bag. You idiot! Like, why would you do that? Watch this. It's Karen Jarrett in the body bag. And they missed it. You dumbasses. Well, I think they're going to... Jarrett. That's why I thought this match would be what the hell. I just don't know why Darby's even worried about standing in the corner looking for a tag. Yeah, like get in the frickin' ring. I love 1998. Yep, that's pretty much where it is. Well, hell, this is all TNA Impact for the most part. Jarrett taking bumps. Lethal taking bumps. God damn. Why is it that somebody has to die in every single Darby match? 1998 was an amazing year. I will absolutely agree with you, and I'm assuming you youngins, that's probably where a lot of you were born back then, right? 97 was better. It's weird, like going back and reading and watching through all that the old footage from those. It almost felt like the setup to the Attitude Era was actually better than the actual Attitude Era. Like, I'll give you guys a recommendation right now if none of you have heard about it or watched it at all. I was old by 98. Well, I was 98. That would have been 20 for me. Well, this camera director really needs some help. One recommendation I would give you guys, if you want to talk about 97, 98 when it comes to wrestling. Coffin drop. Oh my God. Satnam just, yep, thank you. Satnam just said, nope. That's a good old rebound that I'm going to get here. King of Fighters 98 is better than 97. Absolutely. My recommendation for you. This is where Darby dies every match. If you guys haven't checked it out, check out the Attitude Era podcast. It's available on all your podcast platforms. Even if you go into their archives, they went through every pay-per-view during the Attitude Era and broke it down and actually showed you guys what was really good and what really wasn't as part of the whole Attitude Era. My other recommendation, if you want to go into archives, is the New Blood Rising podcast, where they started at the New Blood Rising pay-per-view and just kept working forward, and to take a look and see what was really good or bad when it comes to Satnam didn't catch Sting. Ugh. The Attitude Era was amazing. People who only remember Stone Cold Rock and Triple H. Yeah. Like Taker, Michaels, a lot of that stuff was just, outside of those guys, a lot of cringe. Like, it's funny. A lot of people from the Attitude Era don't remember the Union. How many of you in the chat remember the Union from the Attitude Era? It was an actual faction in WWE at a time. It was Vince mocking the ability to unionize, and yes, well, you love the union chainsaw? That's great. I actually love that. The oddities, yeah, there's like... It's so funny when we're watching a car crash like Darby Allin in the ring with Jeff Jarrett and all this, like... It seems like the attention gets totally taken away from this. Yes, Foley Show, Shamrock, and Test. Absolutely. 4 people that split off from the... Why are we... AKA up yours, yeah. All right. I'm going to get up on my perch right now on this, and it's just driving me... Regal didn't have enough time in WWE at that point for the man's man to actually be a part of it. Something that's driving me nuts here. Seriously. There is no DQ and no countout from what I remember, correct? Why the are these guys sitting in the corner waiting for a tag? What are they going to do when they get in the ring? DQ them? Like, this has been something that drives me for years. And especially here. Thank you, Zodiac. I will get back to my lovely... I'm going to finish out my monster. Then I got some... I got my water bottle with some iced tea in it to finish off the night here. Like, I get it. You're trying to set up spots and whatever, but seriously, why are you sitting in the corner waiting for a tag? Just get in there. Oh, no, this ain't the end of the match. We haven't seen the figure 4 yet. See? Sanjay's in the ring. We didn't have that. So who's eventually going to come out and help Sting and Darby? I'll be honest, I don't think there's going to be anybody. Or else it's whoever's in the body bag. Just should have made a tornado tag. Like, you don't even have to announce it as a tornado tag. It's like, it's... Seriously, it is... no DQ, no count out. Why are you pissing around on the outside of the ring? Like, I get it. You got 2 old timers in there. And they need rest spots, which usually get multiplied by 6 when you do spots like that. But I love that lethal combination. It's so smooth. Well, who's eating the guitar? Is it going to be Lethal or is it going to be Darby? I'm going to guess Lethal. I'm still saying it's... Oh, no. Here's where Darby eats it. Here's where Darby eats it. Yep. FYI, I hate Jer. I don't blame you. I do not blame you one bit. This is why I said this is my glorified pee break match. So we got 3 championship matches left to go after this. See? Okay, Sting. I'd still like to know who's in the body bag back there. Never been a fan of Jarrett. Well, I'll respect anybody that puts money in to give wrestlers work. Where it's going to cost... He's going to... Judy Bagwell in a body bag? I give it, you earned that. Coffin drop, Scorpion depth. What would that be? A coffin, Scorpion death drop? Here it comes. Oh, Sting, Sting, Sting. Hashtag botch. Finish it. Thank you. Oh, wow. Scorpion coffin drop, absolutely. That has to be the first legit miss by Sting, and it was, you got to admit that isn't exactly an easy move that they did it with, right? But Sting never loses. Maybe that's in the contract. Who knows? I sure as hell hope that Jarrett's just backstage now. Sting in front of the ring, I cannot stand whatsoever. I'll just clarify that right now. Jarrett in the ring, he has booked himself way too many times to be the champion, the guy with the stroke. I don't think he has enough to be a quality. I don't think he has the proper charisma to carry a company. And this has nothing to do with the fact that it was the Alberta promotions that drove him to rehab. If you guys don't remember, it was an Alberta promotion, RCW, that was the last one he worked before he checked himself in the rehab. Well, let's get this next match in here. I'm really looking forward to this one. I'll put 15 on the clock. Here we go. Let me, there we are. Never heard about that? Yeah, he showed up drunk to, he showed up basically wobbly, whoopsie, and all that great stuff to RCW show in Calgary, and then buggered off after his match was done, and didn't even make it to Edmonton for the second half. And we found out 2 days later that he was checked into rehab. So I hope Jarrett is a DLC in Fight Forever so I can give him a Powerbomb Symphony. That would be fun. All right, Jamie, I see you. Oh, I thought she was wearing a title already. All right, guys. I unfortunately have to run to the washroom for a second just so we can make sure we all talk together. I'm going to run the ads that are supposed to run in 15 minutes. So while I'm not here, at least, you know, we can make this worthwhile. So I'll be back as quick as I can here. Oh, here we go. I knew these were coming. Get a bucket. It's funny, actually, I believe it was JR talked about that. That it was, that they would actually have a bucket underneath the commentator's table during WrestleMania because it was too far to walk to get to a washroom for where they were. And Zodiac, hi, waifu hater. Yeah, well, I could see that coming. And then, Mom, bathroom. Nice. I will say that I absolutely love Jamie Hayter's gear tonight. And you know, this has got to be pretty cool for both of them, you know. Friends for so long and they get to make, well, I guess their third main event on the pay-per-view here, because looks like Tag's going to get the semi. At least this is a women's match. Like, I think everybody can be confident that this is going to be a good match here. So here's a question for you guys, and I know we're talking about this. Like, I'm looking at the clock, and stream's been up for almost 4 hours now, and we still got another hour and a half to go here almost. What do you guys think about these 5-hour pay-per-views? Is it, like, I get it, WrestleMania has been like forever long. That will drive you nuts, but is this too much too long? Even if it is only 4 times a year? Or are we just starting to get used to it now? Nice. And I love that familiarity, the fact that Tony knows, like, ooh, I just missed that. Good old Tony. Every time she slaps her ass, is that an advertisement for her OnlyFans or what? 4 hours is good? Yeah, like, with the pre-show and everything, ultimately for me, 4 hours of the pre-show is about... And yeah, Zodiac, I'm with you too. It's all about the build-up, like... Realistically, I'm liking how this, like, my overall feelings of the card so far is the fact that it's been solid. The only match that I honestly feel was really substandard for a pay-per-view would be the Jade Nyla Rose match. the circumstances between the Saraya and Britt match, or Saraya and Britt match, sort of, I get where that would take away for some people. But other than that, everything else, well, everything else was decent. It was already, also booking the best matches already happened. We got 2 matches still coming up yet that I do question the fact that they're putting the Acclaimed versus Swerve in Our Glory in the semi-main spot, because it's a match we've already seen, and I got a feeling it's not going to have the same pop that the original one did, because the winning of the championship was more organic. When I went to Dynamite, it was Dark tapings, then Dynamite, then Rampage. It was 4+ hours in the arena. The crowd was exhausted after the Dynamite main event. Exactly, like, you're trying to get 5 hours of wrestling out of a crowd that just, for more than anything, it's, you're not used to it. Like, if you deal with Japanese wrestling, like Wrestle Kingdom, I've heard those cards could be like 8-9 matches, or sorry, 8-9 hours in some cases. I'm not 100% familiar with how long they go, but I've seen them. I've seen people start 2 in the morning and it's like 7 or 8 and they're still doing their sidecast for it. It's no different at Mania when they were doing the single day marathons. Then they realized they can make double the money if they book it over 2 days. Like, let's not even kid ourselves, folks. Like, you think Vince changed it to 2 days because it was the goodness of the fans and the quality that he wanted? No, it's because he realized he could get double the gate if he does 2 days. Because he's sure as hell not going to decrease ticket prices that much for a 2-day WrestleMania. That's why everybody says when you're dealing with things, you speak with your wallet. You don't speak with your mouth. I don't know. There's something about Jamie tonight. She just looks so much more comfortable than usual. Maybe it's because there's nobody else out there with her. 3 hours for a sporting event is ideal. Yeah, like 3 hours straight, start to finish, as far as I'm concerned. Is Bowen's injury legit or not? I don't know. He's playing it up as it's legit. Like, he was out on the town last night, and he actually took some Instagram photos with his arm in a sling. And the thing is, if it is legit, they might just be trying to hold off as long as possible. Jamie being so hot right now has me worried that she is losing after a Toni comeback. I think it's going to be simple. Toni's going to get her comeback, and then nobody knows what's going to happen after that. I've seen that in very formulaic matches when it comes to any promotion. The heel beats down, face gets a comeback, then nobody knows what really is going to happen after that. Like, Carl, you've been in the ring. You know what it's about. Screw Tony time. We need Hayter Heaven to happen. I love that. Oh, and there it is. Cross body. All right. Like, I don't mind whichever wins. I just want Thunder Rosa to come back and get rid of this interim BS. Like, for as long as she's been out, there should be a rule, like, if estimated time of injury is going to be 6 months, 6 months or more, get rid of the title. Because they had it already set up that the interim champion, they had that match ready to go. Like, you wonder how much it is a legit injury versus could it be some of the stories that we heard before? Like I don't want to equate the two in the same category, so please let me requalify it when I say this right now. They talk about Thunder Rosa doing so much for women's wrestling in terms of what she's done with Mission Pro Wrestling and bringing women to the spotlight and whatnot. But I will say this. A lot of people said that about Fabulous Moolah as well. Oh, really? I thought they were going to do that spot to finish it. After Thunder Rosa gets back, whoever wins the title will be injured for 5 months. Exactly. Like, it's a curse. Wow, Turner's got some timing on putting those gloves on. Oh, here comes Rebel. Which I'm surprised. Could this be the night that Britt comes out and this is where we get our breakup out of it? Freaking Rebel. Ha! She's fake go off the ropes and just beat down on Toni. Really? Okay. All right, this is where Baker comes in from behind, isn't it? Rebel's reaction. That was awesome. Yep, there it is. Wow. I thought that was lipstick, not blood. Toni is split. Holy crap. Look at the blood all over her arm. Told you Baker was there somewhere. Really? Wow. Hayter, do your lariat. Don't do the other person's finisher. Do your finisher. Just a grown man screaming at his TV. I see the reaction online right now to what's happening. Like, this is starting to... And this crowd's getting behind Hayter even more now. Whoa! And even Storm's face. Like, this is awesome. Like, this is like... This is how you do it. Irish Curse backbreaker. 1, 2. You notice the pace of this match is just up, up, up. Let's go. And the crowd's gotten into it too. But you'll also notice as soon as Baker came out, there was a difference, right? Like, honestly, Britt Baker is absolute gold. Britt Baker, like, there is so much respect for what she does. Like, not to say anything about the women in the ring. Like, they're doing an absolutely fantastic job here. Oh, yes, there it is. There it is. My God, here we go. 1, 2. There it is. Yes. Hayter wins it. Just. And the funny thing is, Baker... Like, Baker, huge assist there. Okay, she does know what she did. And I like the bet. And like you said, Zoe. And new. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I want to be straight up here. It sucks for Toni. For the fact she only gets, what, a 3-month reign? 4-month reign? But it just felt right. This one actually feels really right. Like, I don't want to put this on Daniel Bryan levels, but at the same time, this one just felt organic. It's sort of like what we're going to see in our next matchup here with the Acclaimed. It was like everybody here... Everybody here wants to see the local girl win. And McGee, I get your point too, that the overbook finishes too. Let people win clean, absolutely, but the one thing you can say is the fact that it didn't happen is the fact that you can justify a rematch on it. They're trying not to justify rematches, but the fact the fans got behind the victory with all the heel shenanigans tells you everything about it. Absolutely. And then, is anyone hating this? We're all haters. I want Hayter to win, but taints the victory. I can understand exactly what you're saying about that. That it didn't come out as a clean victory. But here's the thing, McGee, and I'm just going to talk about this while I set up the next prediction here for the tag titles. In the end, it's all about moments. In the end, are you going to remember all the interference? Or are you going to remember that victory pose right there at the end? That to me, that's the big thing. If you watch Simon Miller, there's a reason he has the interference counter. It's at almost 30, yeah. I get it. The interference. To me, most people are not going to remember the interference. They're just going to remember Hayter coming out with the championship. Unless they're going to play up the fact that there was interference and get the rematch and all that stuff going on. I'm not a simple though. Yeah, well, fair enough. The other part of it is, well, let me think of it this way. Where could I throw this together? I'm trying to think of the most memorable moments that that you could think of here. Oh, here's one for you. And we were talking about the Attitude Era. WrestleMania 14. Does anybody remember that Tyson did a fast count on that? That he did a count where it wouldn't even have counted as one to a normal referee? I don't think anybody remembers that. All they remember is Stone Cold hit the stunner on Michaels, got the championship. Yeah, and then he punched Michaels after, right? I get what you're saying about moments, but that should have been Hayter's moment, not Britt's. Yeah, like the only thing I'm worried about there is it's almost to the point where people are expecting something to happen. Like I was saying earlier, here comes the Acclaim. Maybe I should just shut up and listen here. Or as they say, yo, listen. Okay. The extra verse, is okay, but Sesame Daddy! And Billy's not out there. So basically what I was getting at as well, when you're watching a match, especially when you're watching like a factions match, does it sort of take away the fact that when you're anticipating something to happen with somebody, especially somebody evil or whatever, get with the interference spot, when you're almost expecting it, doesn't it sort of help keep the flow of the match going when you know it's coming? And the fact that it doesn't come sort of kills it in a little bit. And then Turnbuckle in the chat, am I the only one that isn't a fan of the Acclaimed? Let's put it this way. The rap, I'll listen to it. Quite a bunch of them are a miss to me. They have grown on me over the last while. I don't know if there's many people that I respect how far they come since they started AEW. I think that's the best way to understand it. And Darth Mick, you're bang on here. By the way, hi, good to see you. When it comes to the Acclaim, it's just... I do appreciate the homegrown talents winning. And it seems like we're getting a lot of those. Like, is this foreshadowing of the main event as well? Like, right now, the only... I'd have to go through it. The only non-organic champions that we have right now... Like Jericho, I don't know. That's sort of either way we can go with that one. We got Samoa Joe and Jon Moxley. But other than that, the rest of the titles are all homegrown talents right now. You got the Acclaimed. You got Jamie Hayter. You got Jade. Talking about selling earlier, Swerve is so good. You're like, yeah, like... I've seen a little bit of Swerve when... in his earlier days, back when he was in Wrestle Circus, taking on... quite often his matches with Sammy Guevara were... things of delight down there in that area. And then, yeah, the bedtime for this old man, yeah, like, that's the only other thing I worry about when it comes to pay-per-views, and it's more for your guys on the East Coast than us here on... Like, I'm in the Mountain Time Zone, like... I'm probably about 30 minutes away from Chris Parrish, where he stays here. He's north of me. And like, pay-per-view is going to be done for us at 10 o'clock, which is still not a horrible time. Like, I got to work tomorrow, so probably just wrap things up, cool off a bit, have a little bit of my cinnamon bites from Little Caesars for dessert tonight. Didn't get a chance to wolf them down before we started here tonight, so... Yeah, it's 11 o'clock where you guys are right now, and it's not going to be done till midnight. It's the same thing you get at UFC, right? UFC pay-per-views, you're not done till... Hell, it's 1 in the morning by the time everything's done there. Yeah, like up at Sault Ste. Marie and all that. Like... I'm really digging this separate dichotomy here between Swerve and Lee. Like, Lee sits back and he realizes that if Swerve would just focus on being as good as he is, then they wouldn't have a problem here. But he decides he wants to go around with all this stupid stuff here. Well, I'm glad we got some Ontarians hooking up together out in the chat here tonight. Jesus! I will never not be impressed on how athletic Keith Lee is. Like, I remember Keith Lee's last match on the Indies before he got called up. It was in Texas against Chris Hero in Evolve. It was WrestleMania weekend. A few mere hours later, they were Keith Lee was sitting in the crowd at TakeOver. And they ended up losing the bottom rope, and it didn't matter. Yeah, I was gonna say, Jaeger, you're really avoiding disaster there by not watching the Blackhawks, right? Like, what are they on their 8th string goalie right now, or something like that? So just as we getting into our final hour here on the pay-per-view, I just want to remind you guys that I am still raising funds for Jack.org for suicide prevention and mental health stability for youth and young adults. And anything that's contributed until the end of the month, anybody that donates more than $20 gets entered into a draw for two draws of a $25 gift card to either Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, or if you aren't interested in those, we'll figure something out. It's $25 Canadian. And then as well, if we get up to $1,500, we've made the $1,000 goal, so I will be doing a Just Dance stream. Jesus! Keith Lee pulling off that Poison Rana like that. There was some width on that one. Jesus. We made $1,000, so I will be doing a Just Dance stream. It looks like it's probably going to be New Year's Day. If we get it to $1,500 by the end of the month, I do have a Twitter poll up right now about which costume I'm going to be wearing for said stream. So I haven't made any formal announcements about what we're doing for the $1,500 goal just because, well, I want to make sure the poll's done first. Then we'll have about a week and a half to raise the funds. And that also includes any merchandise sales. I just see the merch links in there as well. So, and I'm not doing Sailor Moon. That. Half of Sailor Moon stuff can't even get approved on Twitch in anime form, let alone human form. Don't watch hockey anymore because the Blackhawks are so bad. Yeah, well, I'll agree with you on that one. I typically, well, lately I've been playing a little bit more FIFA than I have NHL, but I do grind away at the NHLs quite a bit. I might do a couple games after the stream's done tonight. My Hockey Ultimate Team ain't that bad, so. Nice lariat. Pretty sure you voted dinosaur? I just wonder how hard it's going to be to try to dance in a dinosaur costume. I was just looking on Amazon after guys gave me the ideas, so. I love the effort that they're gutting out here, trying to sell Bones' arm the way they are. Dressed as a dino won't allow any knee slaps. Nice. I gotta go back and check that total here, by the way. I can't see it that well on the screen here, so. I think it's 1061 if I do remember correct. Yeah, currently we're at 1061, so we're $450-ish away from getting that goal done, so we'll work on it. Oh, and this is where the breakup happens. Because Keith Lee told him not to put it out there because it was going to wreck me. And this is the beginning of the end here. There it is. I could totally see Keith Lee walking out right now on Swerve after that shot. Because he could politely just say, screw this and I'm out of here. Nice flatliner there, but Swerve is so silky smooth. Like, seriously. Be interesting to see Swerve win the titles and then Keith Lee still asleep. Second kick. Sneaky smooth. Okay. Are you going to finish this or are you going to... Oh, he's tigering up. Watch this camera as I miss your head. Jesus, guys, come on. He's sneaky smooth, but if you're not going to be on target, seriously. And here's where the reversal happens. He didn't lose it. Didn't get all of it. Yeah. I hate that phrase. I've had to use it way too often. It's more the fact, did you get enough? And of course, Caster's magically there right when he needs him. And Keith is half dead. Okay, so the Acclaimed hit their finisher. Swerve's hit his. This crowd does sound exhausted. They're also prepping because you know what's coming in, right? Frustration setting in, yeah, like... You know, sometimes you like to introduce something new to a crowd, right? And these pay-per-views, the length that they are, you are trying to introduce them to a longer show, right? Sometimes it works and sometimes it gets used to it. But eventually you got to realize these guys are saying no. Standing beside Big Red and yeah. Oh, those guys, yeah. Oh, yeah, those guys standing up at the front row. I'd be yelling, sit the... But, of course, those are the douches that have all the money, right? No, they're not coming alive for themselves. Somebody Half the crowd staring off to the side, right? Oh, Danielson must be in the crowd somewhere. Poor Mox going to get booed all night long? Yeah, quite possibly. And Caster grabs the table to conveniently knock himself. If he uses the pliers, shouldn't you be disqualified at this point? He didn't touch him, so therefore there's no DQ. That was smart. That was smart. That was a smart way of doing this. So we've had two of these kind of feuds here in AEW right now. Pac and Phoenix. Oh. Pac and Phoenix and Swerve and Keith. Now, if everything goes right, they don't want to do everything the same, so... Yep, there we go. You knew he was taking off eventually. Oh no, no way. Yeah, you never go 2-on-1 against the tag champs. He's got to gut it out. There you go. 1, 2, 3. Actually works out pretty well, I find. The way the story was played out here, actually, I find worked out really well. In terms of an overall show here. Because if you think about it here, you had Keith Lee got put through a metal barricade because of Swerve. Keith Lee's been put through so much crap because of Swerve. And Keith Lee repeatedly said, quit being a shithead, Swerve. What the All right. All right. Best of 7. Son of a biscuit. Tonight it's 1-0. Okay. Are we going to live with 7 times? Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it. Hager versus Cassidy. Okay. And Ishii gets Jericho. Hopefully Ishii finally gets a win in North America. All right. Let's get it on here. Main event time. That's going to be a hell of a watch along next Wednesday here. I got a feeling everybody's going to line up on this one, but put it on for 20 minutes here. But yeah, we're getting a best of 7 between Death Triangle and the Elite. I find it interesting for the fact that there were reports that ye old House of Black were in the area this week with Malachi, Buddy Matthews, Brody King in the New York, New Jersey area. Everybody's loading up on MJF. I could just imagine Moxley winning and everybody losing their points. You have a signed Brody King pick. He's signed to Broadhausen. Hey, it works. Oh my God, he's pulling this out. It is sort of a hometown crowd for him. What's Miro's status? Unless he's filming something, he's ready to go. Will he get involved with the House of Black again? Who knows? It's all what Tony Khan's got booked, right? Okay, well. I see what you were saying there, McG. It's so funny because his fiance is right there, and that Instagram post he made when he got engaged, he's like, yeah, it's just a piece of paper, it doesn't, don't give up hope, women. It just means that I've tied one woman down. That doesn't mean I can't tie another one. MJF is soaking this up completely. I wonder, like you were saying earlier, I wonder if Mox gonna get booed out of the building. It would not surprise me one bit. Mox wearing red tonight. MJF just gets it. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it here. Yeah. Mox showing the camera he's number one. And I was going to play my Wild Thing clip tonight, but it always gets DMCA'd now, so I'm not going to bother. But it's so funny, like, watching that promo on Wednesday, you could almost tell that Mox was on dream, basically saying, you know what, I'm pretty much done now. He didn't even get the day of the pay-per-view right, which I get, You're so used to being on Sundays, and this one's on a Saturday. Gotta love when he's like, get the usher out of the way. But Mox is living this up completely, just letting it go, letting it ride, letting it enjoy. So I wonder with Regal if he's going to actually stay at ringside or is he going to go up to commentary like he always does? Because if he stays at ringside, that might be very telling as to what everybody's been saying before. Getting a better reception than expected. Mox is a popular character, not only for what he's done and what... But he's also for, like, everything he's gone through and whatnot. And I think a lot of it also has to do with the respect thing that you heard during the trios match. Where I believe the CM Punk chance came in. MJF's been really getting himself into shape. Well, he has been wrestling, so why not? Yeah, actually, I see what you're saying, McGee. He's actually really toned up from what even before even before his last match. So we're going to get about 25 minutes of this probably. Ah, good. Everybody's number one. Yeah, so for people that aren't aware, New Jersey is very close to New York, so basically it's I don't know if suburb is the right way to put it, but it's a hop, skip, and a jump. Let's put it that way. It's interesting that MJF is wearing similar tights to what Jungle Boy did in terms of style and color. Oh, here we go. I got a feeling that MJF is going to get worked over quite a bit in the next 20 minutes here. Normally it's all about the champion in peril. No, this will be about the challenger in peril. Because Moxley is that final boss. Wow. All right, I see this. Quit imitating Toni Storm. No way. MJF going for... No, he ain't going to do this. Yep, we knew that was coming. These two are playing to this crowd perfectly. Yeah, like this is the main event that you would expect, right? And if I'm Moxley here, I don't really care what the referee says. I could just imagine what's going through Moxley's head right now. Yeah, I don't care what you say. I'm going to do whatever the hell I want because I'm out of here in 2 hours. I just need enough time to get showered after I'm done here. And the Sammy Guevara pose. Oh, this crowd is great. This is like Punk in Chicago. That's the scary part. And this is why I was saying it's interesting that Wednesday's Dynamite is in Chicago itself. Because it makes you start to think of the what ifs. What if Punk was still here? Would they have put the belt on MJF at this point? Yep, that's exactly it. Mox was supposed to take a 6-week vacation. He wasn't even supposed to be at Grand Slam. But now he was forced into action. Somebody had to take the belt with a little credibility first. Like they could have run it into they could have gave it to MJF directly, but you're not going to get a payoff like you're going to get a payoff here, right? He was, then shit happened, then they hired Renee. Like, I could almost see Renee showing up here still to do her work for at least, at least half the time she'll be there, if not more. And like the biggest theory right now is the fact we don't hear Regal right now. That this challenge is so serious that they actually have to have Regal at ringside. But you know what? I want to commend Moxley. Like, he's truly been a MVP here at AEW. There's been a few of them this year. Like, I think we might have to spend one night here and just go over our thoughts and just overall what you would consider what would be what our highlights of the year were and all that type. We might just actually do a just chatting stream about that. Just lay it out and just chat about it. I honestly think it'd be a lot of fun to try and figure out what we think for MVPs. And I love the fact here in this matchup that they're using Moxley to also, like, MJF is not being an innocent boy here. It's just Moxley doesn't mind going dirty both ways. This is, I don't want to say indie-rific, but it's very indie style. The fact that, both guys are willing to do stupid stuff to win this. Yeah, Mox is pointing to his wrist. Yeah, I'm just looking at the clock here. I'm about an hour and a half away from, going fishing. But I will say this, if he is going to get a 6-week break, especially with having a newborn now, having a 6-week break going between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I think would be a lot more forgiving for him. And I think booking-wise, it's actually really smart. For the fact that you're going to have your challenger for MJF at Winter is Coming based on the Eliminator tournament, so you're not gonna have to worry about that. And then really you could set it up for Revolution, right? How hurt is Adam Page? Well, it's a concussion. Like, Adam Cole's got a concussion. Let's just put it that way. You can't really say when they're going to come back based off a concussion. Would I love to see Adam Cole come back? Absolutely. The only thing I'm torn about is the fact that I'm a very big fan of his Twitch stream, because it's one of the few channels I do subscribe to. But it's a concussion, right? We can't for sure say when he's going to be back. Same thing with Page. Like, I'll be honest, we could very well get the rematch with these two at Revolution in February or March or whatever. Late February, early March, whichever they decide to put it at. But the fact there are other challengers available, you're not going to pull the Wardlow trigger yet. Because I'll be frank, once they get through Winter is Coming on the 14th, those next 2 weeks, well, frankly, they're gonna tape them both on the same day probably. Why doesn't MJF just go into the ring and grab a table? He needs that one? If Mox loses, I don't want to see him back in the main event scene for a while. Like, everybody forgets that it's like 3 months till the next pay-per-view. So if we got 3 months until we have to figure out a serious challenge out of nowhere, good old Randy Orton. But like his only mandatory title defense for MJF is going to be Winter is Coming, right? Or whoever the champion is for that matter. Maybe a New Year's Bash, but I doubt it. But now that we have that best of 7 series going on for the trios titles, like, a lot of that is going to take away from I don't want to say take away. It's going to emphasize on that a lot more than it's going to be these singles runs here. Like Jamie Hayter, they're going to play out the Jamie Hayter Britt Baker. I got a feeling somewhere in here. Either that or they know Thunder Rosa's coming back and they're going to start setting up that unification bout. Oh, he's got the dog twitch. Timekeeper sale because people believe it to be more real and not just a gimmick table from under the ring. All right, that makes sense. Are you kidding me? Well, the funny thing is that everywhere else, it's like, I guess with the fact that you're not seeing the bottom of the table unless you're either in camera or in the first few rows, I could totally see that. That makes a good sense, Carl. But I love the fact that they're making Maxwell do a lot of stupid. Now he's selling a knee, so you know he's going to be having to gut out a knee injury. So there's going to be some kind of. They're probably going to get the Regal Stretch involved here somewhere. And here's where the pile driver through the table comes in. Yep, there it is. It's the oldest adage in wrestling. Those who set up the table are doomed to go through it. The only difference is if you're in a tag team with Swerve Strickland, your tag partner is the one that's going to get caught with it. So I'm just glad they're going through these spots like this. Like, just, they're pacing this match out pretty well. Now we're going to get the 9.85 count for... Could you imagine? Yeah, shout. This is a great show tonight. Like, we were sitting here going through it tonight and piece by piece, and while everything wasn't perfect, there was only one match throughout the night. And you guys in the chat, feel free to correct me if you think I'm wrong. There was only one match tonight that honestly felt like it didn't belong on this card. And to me, that would be the TBS championship between Jade and Nyla. It just didn't have that feeling. No way. Not bad. Now they're going to work over the knee. By the way, Shout, how are you doing tonight, my friend? Like, once we're done here, I'll do a poll for you guys and just let's see what we done here. Could have done without Double J Lethal, yeah. That, so yeah, I can live with that too. But you know what? It didn't feel like it was... I would say that no DQ match was a bit of a meh to me, just because of the way it was booked and some of the rules that were involved there. And Carl, you're saying that you agree, but the trios were a miss for it. I get that too. Like, they're trying to play up right now. They're trying to redo two stories right now. Like, either you're going to do the turn story with Phoenix, or you're going to give the belts to the Elite and have them implode kind of thing, or else they're going to win and they're going to turn evil. And all three of them will. So now that they're doing a best of 7, it almost seems weird that they did this. But in terms of quality in the ring, I don't know, like the overall, the trios just felt way too structured and choreographed. I have 2 words for that: Young Bucks. I'll give you another 2 words: Kenny Omega. I'll give you 3 more words: 2 more words: Death Triangle. As soon as you line up the Bucks in a match, you know there's spot. It's funny because we have a local wrestler here in Alberta, and I swear he has changed his game since I've talked about this. Michael Richard Blaze, I gave him this term that I used to right around the time where he was just before he was meeting Cody Rhodes out here in 2016. I call it video game wrestling. And I told Blaze it, a lot of his stuff felt like video game wrestling. Like, there was no connection between move A, move B, move C. You could tell that you're moving from one move to another rather than trying to figure out trying to see a story in it, you're more worried about getting your moves in. And honestly, I feel that he's developed quite a bit since then. Like, always adapting, always getting better. And Shout, I'm with you as well. 2022, a lot of the feel in the ring has been gone from a lot of wrestlers, and I will say that the Young Bucks are definitely there. Yeah, MRB before and after his Cody feud is so different. Yeah, I would definitely say that. Like, and I wasn't trying to slight Blaze at all. Like, he's a fantastic wrestler, and we all know that. Like, anybody that watches his work, you just. But the biggest problem I had all the time was when you're watching a match, and it's not just him. It was a whole. There's a bunch of wrestlers around here that do it. They want to get their moves in, but there's no reason why they're putting their moves in. So, is he going to do... Jesus! That's a weird way of doing it. Brian Cage syndrome, yeah. Unfortunately, half these guys aren't shaped like Brian Cage. What were you trying to do with that, Mox? That was not an armbar. That's the wrong way for that. That move looked a little bit off. Well, the biggest reason for that, Zodiac, if you're going to do a DDT, normally it's the guy that's giving it that's going to go down first and protect the head. But because of gravity and the way that they were actually set up backwards from what you conventionally see, MJF's the first one to hit the ground, right? So... yeah, supplements, McG. I think that's the best way to put it. Supplements. And Moxley is so angry right now. He's got fight. Whenever they say that he doesn't have much fight left, you got to know that he has fight. Your supplements don't do that. Mine don't do that either, so. Okay, so it's 10 to 10, so they're going to have to pay extra if they... need to get a better supplement supplier? Yeah. Hey, I used to have a supplement supplier. I got rid of them, so. Says it goes to 1 a.m. here. Yeah, exactly. You got 10 minutes. TK usually buys an extra hour. No, there's... Here's where the story comes out, guys. So everybody's looking for Regal right now because that's the way. Is this going to be where... he threw it all... You can see the security guard running for that ring. And there's the oh my God, they almost pulled the Roddy Piper. Oh, and there goes referee 2. Fucking Rebsberg sleeping on the job. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, here comes the BS endings here. There it is. We knew this was coming. So many of us predicted this. Holy crap, they actually pulled it off. The last night of the BCC. And they just yell, you could just see Moxley there at the end saying thank you. Holy crap. You know there's something that you just know is right? Yeah, but who's the devil that... to realize which devil exists? But the essence of sports entertainment right there with Regal, right? They could play this out and say that he's been planning this since they were 20 years old. So I'm going to throw a little poll up for you guys here. Just humor me here and let me know what you guys think. Let me give you guys a little... I'll give you 3 minutes here to fill this one in. What did you guys think of the show tonight? Why don't you guys give it a letter grade right now while you're here? Because, so what happens with BCC? I guarantee you it is... I'll tell you right now, I'm pretty sure the BCC is done. The guys are still going to be together, but at the same time, they'll just say that they'll call themselves something else. I'll almost say by tomorrow the merchandise will probably taken out. BCC is now a heel faction and Mox is out. Danielson won't care. Danielson wants that title. That's the problem right now. Oh, here comes the post. Oh. It's funny, you went up to the stage, you just missed the ending. If you're watching Fight, they had it there. MJF goes up to Shivani and shows the bird. Danielson just wants to kick people's heads in. Okay, that makes sense. Both title changes weren't clean. Yeah, that's not exactly the best thing that happens there with that. The fact that both title changes had a little bit of booking to them, I believe is the best way to put it. They were overall, to me, like I said, every match there felt like it belonged, with the exception of the TBS Championship. That one, like I think we said here, could have been the lead match for 0 Hour, just the way it was. I'm happy that they got three women's matches on the show. Saraya's match with Britt Baker was good until she took her first took her first series bump and the crowd really didn't know what to think of it because she sold it really well. Sometimes there's a problem with being too good at your job. The Double J Lethal matches, I'm never a big fan of Darby too. Yeah, Darby Allin, as far as I'm concerned, it's a guy that I don't feel comfortable having on my screen a lot of the time, just on some of the bumps that he takes. And now Sting is starting to run out of that little spectacular splash right there. Do you think Sasha shows up in Diamond? No. If she was going to show up, this would have been the opportunity. It would have been... I think you get the biggest pop if she comes out and helps Saraya win. But there's no money to be made to bring out Sasha Banks in Chicago for a random Dynamite after the pay-per-view. Right now, let's play out what story we're going to have between Toni Storm and Jamie Hayter, because I'm sure they're probably going to end up with a rematch somewhere in there. We also have, we're going to hear, I'm sure we're going to hear from MJF and William Regal. And the story with Claudio and Wheeler and Daniel, we'll see. They all enjoy working together, but the fact that Mox is going to be gone for as long as he's going to, that we all think he's going to be, yeah, if she shows up on a Dynamite, it'll be Winter is Coming, and that's in Texas. So my personal opinion, if she's going to make an appearance on Dynamite, she's going to be the one that's going to show up at the Staples Center. They were advertising the next show at the Staples Center, or whatever it's called, Crypto.com Arena, whatever you want to call it. They were announcing that for number 7 in the best of 7 for that trio set up there. It'll be after the ROH pay-per-view. They have to build in 3 Dynamites. Yeah, shout out. I was mentioning this earlier during the triple threat there. When it comes to the ROH show, most of the people that are going to be on that card primarily are going to be the ones that are on Dark right now. Dark Elevation, right? So I think it's going to be more. Let's hear the names that they're going to put out for these. They're going to have a couple marquee matches built into Dynamite, but I don't think it's going to be that much of a focus, because Winter is Coming is 4 days after Final Battle, so they're not going to have time to do that. They're going to have to focus on both. If they want to focus on, I'm sure Jericho's going to be on Dynamite. I'm sure Joe's going to be on Dynamite. I don't know what they're going to do with FTR. I'm assuming they're probably going to get FTR versus the Gun Brothers set up for Final Battle as well. And we didn't get a release date for Fight Forever. Oh! But pre-orders are available now, so at least, now that that's happened. Yeah, Athena and Mercedes will have some sort of Dynamite segment to confirm their match, or maybe even a Rampage one. I would think more towards Dynamite, but we'll see how that goes. But there is enough to play around with here, and this time of year is typically the time of year where wrestling storylines sort of, I don't want to say stagnate, but they simmer a lot more. Because, well, let's face it, folks, this time of year, especially down south, this Wednesday's a wash. I'll just call that straightforward. This Wednesday's going to be a wash for Dynamite. You're going to have a couple exciting matches, but in terms of storyline progression, I don't think you're going to see a whole lot. Mainly for the fact that it's the night before Thanksgiving and nobody's watching. That's the travel night for people that are going out for Thanksgiving. Hell, I'm going out for Thanksgiving, and I'm not even American. So you can imagine the roadways, the byways, the highways, the airports and whatnot. FTR versus Acclaim with both titles on the line. I'm thinking, if anything, that might be Winter is Coming. But hell, we might even wait until Revolution for that. My personal opinion, if you're going to do that, wait for Revolution. That match, if you're going to merge those titles, people should be paying $40 to watch that. For that kind of match, unless you're going to get those titles off the Acclaim between now and February, March. But either way, if you're going to do a unification match for those two titles, and you're going to crown FTR as the greatest tag team in the world by giving them every championship title, you're going to give them an opportunity where people are going to have to pay for it. Hey, Darth Mick, how you doing here? Good to see you back, my friend. We were just wrapping things up and just chatting about what we thought about the pay-per-view and whatnot. If you guys have any other thoughts on that, there's no reason to have FTR hold all those titles without getting the AEW titles on them as well. Absolutely, I completely agree with you. Those titles should have been on FTR a while ago, but the Acclaim... by the way, Vic, hi, good to see you here. HPC2 Sweet, Heels, Pops, and Chair Shots every Wednesday. I will say this. When I see the Acclaimed right now and how they won the championships over at... all right, have yourself a good night, Carl. I'll see you on the flip side here. And yeah, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this show here. When it comes to FTR getting all these championships, I got a feeling that they were supposed to be a part of some of these triple threats that eventually where the Acclaimed ended up with the championships. But to me, the Acclaimed remind me a lot of what happened with Sami Zayn. Like, for all the scuttlebutt and all the rumors that are going around, it was rumored that Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens were supposed to get together and they were going to be the ones to dethrone the Usos for the WWE Tag Team Championships. But the thing with Sammy has gotten so hot that they decided to wait, hold it over, let it go, and let the hotness go through and let it be Usi. I see the Acclaimed, they were hitting a crescendo right around All Out where everybody thought that they were the team. They were they needed to win these championships. I could totally see where they were going to have Swerve in Our Glory lose to FTR and get those championships on, but the Acclaimed are just way too hot right now. And now you just have to wait until, well, I'm sorry, but those rap gimmicks, even John Cena knew this. The rap gimmick is going to burn out eventually. Because you can only shock people so many times before they say, oh, that's enough. We're not going to do, it's not funny anymore. Then eventually the scope of, either change your gimmick or change your perception with the gimmick. Either way, you're going to have to change things up at some point there. So, but until that happens, you ride the hot hand, and that's what they did with the Acclaimed. And MJF, I think this was a perfect storm. Moxley, I'll be honest, I didn't care for Moxley's performance for the last few weeks here. Like, ever since he won the championship back from that interim championship permanent championship at Grand Slam, it's almost, I don't want to say it felt like a burden to him, but it made me feel like he was not necessarily, he didn't necessarily want the championship. He looked like he wanted to be on vacation. Mox been stale since he said he was supposed to be on vacay. Exactly. Like, he's been on vacay mode since Arthur Ashe Stadium. And yeah, Vic, you nailed it right on the head. Like, he doesn't want to be there, and everybody knows he doesn't want to be there, so they're taking their first opportunity to get it off him right there. And the thing that overall just upsets me with this whole thing as we were going along here, you had guys like, where do we get there? Penta gets a championship match before this instead of getting an eliminator match. If you would have gave him an eliminator match and maybe make it close and whatnot, those kind of matches like eliminators where they lose close to the championship, those build guys up. Giving him championship matches where you know he's going to lose because we got to go put a belt on this guy, those are the ones that take credibility from certain wrestlers. Like Penta, he's got the skills and he's got the trios titles, so he's got that extra little bit of a safety net, I think is the best way to put it. That if he doesn't look good in this match, at least he has the trios championship coming up. So what's my thought on the best of 7 for the trios? My thinking is, if you're going to do that, number one, you're probably being lazy because you don't have anybody else booked to come in and take on the Death Triangle. Or two, I think that what you should have done is have this set up not tonight. Don't announce it tonight. Announce it on Wednesday and have that match on Wednesday. If you're going to have the match, have Penta have Death Triangle come out and have Phoenix come out and actually say, look, I shouldn't have done that. I feel bad about it. You know what? If we want to really know who's the best, let's have a best of 7. Eric, I'm sure they're going to be both solid shows. Unfortunately, I have to work tomorrow morning. So once we wrap up here, we're going to... I'll be sending you guys off on a raid here in a few minutes after we finish talking about the show tonight. Then we will move on that way. So I think it possibly could be a little bit of overkill just for the fact how much it's in there, right? They have to be creative with it. There needs to be some DQs or there needs to be a different feel for something like that. I feel like each match that they have is unique from the previous one. Exactly, Darthman. And if they could do that, well, Eric, it's 10 o'clock Mountain, and I got to be up at 5. So there you go. When it comes to by match 7, it could be amazing or it could be boring, one or the other. It is a risk reward thing going on, but the one thing I will say about it that is an advantage, if you have the Elite tied up in this best of 7 series rather than trying to flush out the more that you have the Elite in multiple storylines or branching out from where they are right now, the more people are going to ask what happened with the whole situation at All Out. And the more they're going to have to get on the mic, the more they're going to have to talk, and the more that they talk, the more they're going to try and get people to say stuff that they shouldn't say. Like, when you get in a conversation, you start talking about stuff that isn't related to what you should be focused on, and it ends up being just completely off the wall and then taken the wrong way and sent a different way. To me, that might be the reason why they're doing this best of 7 right now. They're just going to go out there and show the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega as the best thing that they need to be, and that's wrestlers. If they are great wrestlers that put on great matches, and that's all you're going to see right now, the more you see great stuff out of the Elite, the less you're going to worry about the crap that happened at All Out. It's just simple. It goes back. I hate to taking a page out of Adam Blank's book from Remember the Game. I'm going to use a Simpsons reference. Mark McGuire, when he comes up, there's a ecological disaster here at the Springfield power plant. So he comes out and he's like, do you want to see all these stupid records? Or do you want to see me hit some dingers? And everybody just yells, dingers, dingers, dingers. So he gets up and just starts hitting dingers. And nobody sees the disaster back there. That's what's going to happen here with the Elite. They're out here showing you good wrestling. By the time they're done this feud, they are going to just, we don't even remember this stuff. And usually, hopefully they have the CM Punk end of it taken care of by then. Which, for the fact that it's probably going to be about, if they're going to do mid-January, we're looking at about 4 months. Hopefully they have everything wrapped up by then, whether it's a complete buyout, whether it's just having him sit at home, write out his contract. With a broken clavicle, he can't do much of it, or tricep tendon, he can't do much anyway, regardless. So I've never gone back and rewatched it, but my memory of Booker T and Chris Benoit is best of 7. It was amazing, and it felt different from anything. Exactly, it felt different. And Jaeger, exactly, that's what it was. It was all different. And there's a Simpsons reference for everything. And there's a drive to left field by Castellanos, and it's gone! The commentary team giving him the gears at the MMA show was hilarious. Yeah, like, the thing is, and I know Captain N asked for about this before. Benoit and Angle, I don't believe they might have done a best of 7 with him. I'll be honest, I can't remember off the top of my head. I do believe, yeah, because I believe that match 7 was that ultimate submission match that they did, because they were tied 3-3, and because I think they were trying to relive the Booker T Benoit angle, so they end up putting Angle in it. But Captain M was asking me my thoughts on the whole Punk situation, and I hate to take it out of a Vince McMahonism, but Punk screwed Punk at this point. No matter which way you try to spin this, and the fact that originally they tried to spin it as the Young Bucks and Omega were attacking Larry based on the fight Larry the Dog. As soon as that got cleared up and was proven that it was actually false, in my opinion, 95% of the credibility of that whole argument pretty much disappeared. And the fact that yeah, McG sums it up best. Punk turned into everything he claimed to hate. He became that established vet. He became the guy that everybody was worried about him getting over, not the group getting over. And as much as he tries to say he's trying to help everybody, sometimes your advice isn't the advice people want. And it's just like we're sitting here, and I know that Necroera came up earlier and he was asking if we're watching some other stuff. And I said, no, like, I'm not into it right now. And I'll be honest, right now, in terms of wrestling, AEW is 95% of what I watch. 95% of what I watch is what I watch with you guys when it comes to wrestling at this point. So I'm not going to be an expert when it comes to seeing different things from different people. So I'm not going to be the answer to everybody, and nobody should expect me to be their answer because, well, they do things this way over here, but you need to do it this way. No, that isn't how it works. Everybody has different experiences in this world, and Punk's got to realize that. Yeah, the other 5% is the Canadian Wrestling Archive, which just recently put up KJ Cash, a.k.a. Kayla J, versus Angelica match earlier today. Feel free to put a link in the chat. You're a mod. You're allowed to do whatever you want. With that being said, like Punk buried himself, and it seems like, well, look at it here. He was doing an MMA commentary thing way down in like one of the lower promotions that one of his buddies had. Do you not think that Dana White would use Phil Brooks's clout, his personality, his bravado, his opinion, his overall, the way that he speaks, his atonement, his knowledge, everything all together? Wouldn't you think that Dana White would not use him somehow on one of the cards on UFC Fight Pass? If he wasn't somebody that was absolutely horrible to work with. Like, Dana's all about making money. Like, Vince is a carny. Dana White, to me, is the carny. Like, he went out and bought an island so he could wrestle, or he could have fights during the pandemic. Vince borrowed Tropicana Field, which, let's face it, Tropicana Field is basically moving into the dump for a little while. So, yeah, I said it. Tampa Bay Rays fans, come at me all you want. Punk screwed Punk. Let's not even kid ourselves here as we're sitting here thinking about this whole conclusion of what happened with CM Punk. Like, we might get the final details. Like I was saying earlier, WWE is a public company, so they do have to reveal what happens in different situations. However, AEW is not. So Tony Khan really doesn't have to say jack to anybody. CFFC is on Fight Pass. Okay, I stand corrected there, sir. But wouldn't you get a bigger spotlight than that? Especially with the exposure he's getting right now. I'd be turning in just to see if he's going to throw another pipe bomb on his programming. But anyway. Talking about a Vince Splooge match earlier, Dana White is getting wood thinking about using Punk right now. Obviously not. Or else he probably would have already talked to Tony about it and started arranging deals. I think if he hadn't been a laughingstock as a fighter, he might get used. Why listen to the opinion of one of the worst UFC fighters ever? Very simple. Some of the best coaches ever were never, ever great basketball players. Straight up. You can be the best coach ever, but some people teach, some people react to teaching and perform at a high level. Some people are just plain best of coaches. What about the greatest coach ever, Wayne Gretzky? Exactly. That's the best way to put it. Not everybody that does it great is a good. UFC commentator is different than coaching a team. But here's an example for you. Like, I know Robin Black is probably the most into fighter reporter for TSN right now and basically all Canadian media. He wasn't the best fighter in the world, but he studies the game. He learns the game. He mentally sees it. Just because he can move the chess pieces. He can see where the chess pieces need to get moved. That doesn't mean he knows how to move them the best. He's still going to get punched out. So, but I can tell you, you need to do this over here. If you can do this, you can win. Because you can see things happening. Like, as a crowd, all of us, we could see certain things happening here. Like, we could see when, like, for example, tonight, when Soraya went down with the hard hit and stayed down, and you see the crowd disappear. We all know that the proper reaction to that is to get back in there and sort of show that Saraya made that. She survived that and kept going a lot better. Also, Punk can perfectly describe what it's like to get punched in the face. But yeah, when it comes to commentating, it also is about your vocal abilities, and Punk is a very clear speaker. So either way, we don't need to justify seeing if Punk's going to be the if we're going to see CM Punk as a commentator. I really don't care. Mainly for the fact I don't watch UFC, but that's a different story altogether. In terms of this card tonight, I think, like I said, I think we're going to sum it up here best. You guys gave it a grade of B, and I think that's a very solid judgment for that in terms of what we saw tonight. There are a few... Let's put it this way. As long as nobody screws up the post-show interviews tonight, I think we all can agree that this is a decently healthy move forward for AEW tonight. It's sort of like what we were going to say about All Out until Punk opened his mouth. It was some good steps. Maybe the main event isn't exactly where we should be with Moxley and Punk like that. But at the same time, it seemed like we were all heading in a right direction when it came to the card. And I think that's probably one of the better things that we come up with here tonight, right? If Tony says he's taking away the interim women's championship status in the presser tonight, I hope Tony CM Punks him. I would love that. Best athlete coach career, Jim Harbaugh, Dusty Baker, Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is a very good pick there. I would I would say Phil Jackson in many ways, but if we want to go old school, maybe Bobby Clark. I would say that would be a healthy pick. Rod Brindamore comes to mind right now. If you want to go hockey, what he's done in Carolina versus what he did, like he's got a Hall of Fame career and he's gotten Stanley Cup with Carolina, which has no deserving chance to get a Stanley Cup. I would definitely go that way with my pick there. I think that's a pretty solid pick when it comes to that. But I think that's going to be something we discuss here on another time. We can... Here's a question for you guys before we wrap this up. Because we've been at this for almost, 5 3/4 hours already. Would you guys be interested if we just had a sit-down night where we could talk about different things like this? Where either we can discuss the influence of CM Punk, or we can even talk about sports like this whatsoever. I know that Carl does a lot of that on Turnbuckle Talk as well, but would you guys be interested in popping in here and just having a just chatting night where we talk about stuff like this? If so, you know what? I know you guys might not be too keen on getting in right now. If not, let me know on let me know on Twitter if you guys are interested. McG, definitely, yeah. You know what? Maybe there might be some nights where I'm just too tired to play games, so we might just do something like this. Stay tuned. I'm going to rattle some ideas. I know Shout's a good sounding board for me tonight, or lately. So I'll ask Shout and Jupiter Vision and all the smart people in the world, not me. So,